Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Wheelie, and hello, everyone else that's out there lurking around. How are you all today? Today, we are going to be playing the first Edna and Harvey game, called the Breakout, but the Anniversary Edition, which is basically just upgraded graphics and stuffs. Press the buttons. So I can show you quickly. I'm not gonna do this because there's no hotkey to change the graphics, which is kind of annoying, so every time you want to see the old version you have to come into the menus. So that's what the old screen looked like. And the new screen. But anyway, let's get started. You'll have to let me know about volumes and stuff as usual if there's any issues. I think they've done, like, from what I've seen, the upgrade to the art's done well. I don't know if there's other changes. I didn't really look into it too much. I was just going to play the original, but then I didn't even realize there was an Anniversary Edition, so I got my hands on it so we could play it. Ha. Yep. Okay, Edna. If you say so. It's fine. It's just the music is slow. Oh wow, I don't even think OBS was hearing that music.
What's going on?
Oh, nothing. Doopy 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 doo.
Pah!
Okay. Well, that's how it starts. It's been a long time since I've played this. So is it default action, select action wheel, okay.
I wonder what the padding is for.
Sound insulation, I guess.
You mean no one can hear us in here?
It's still worth a try.
Ah!
Will you cut it out in there?
Alright, now you know what we're in for. I'll do it one more time for the original look. So that's the original art for, well, this scene anyway. And we change back. And then we're back to this. The game originally came out in 2008, I think.
Doesn't look half bad to have upholstery on the walls. Are you the sound-absorbing type of padding? I'll take that as a yes. I can't reach between the gaps with my fingers.
That's sad.
Ha!
If we press spacebar, okay, spacebar shows us stuff we can interact with.
Hey, Harvey! Do you want to play emergency room?
Only if I get to play the surgeon.
In that case, I'll give it a pass. I'd like one of those for my deck. I wonder if I even had a deck. I can't seem to remember anything.
I have no idea. Did you have a deck?
Hold it, table! Good boy. I don't want a table that boring. Now maybe if it was a pool table. Why should I do that? You're a boring table.
As you can see, we're going to be spending 500 hours just doing everything on every object.
How do you feel about this chair, Harvey?
It's hiding something.
You think so? It looks so harmless.
That's just a cover, believe me.
My most generous hosts have granted me a whole chair.
A whole chair? Damn.
You're a good-for-nothing deadbeat chair. Not without consulting my interior decorator. I've been sitting around here long enough. Can you help me open this door?
Sure, I'll just get out my welding torch. But seriously, there must be a way to get out of here.
Hey, I'm sure it's not too hard.
That is a door. It is closed.
Very astute.
Hiya, door. How's it hanging today?
I was feeling a little unhinged earlier, but I'm feeling better now. In fact, I'm experiencing a perverse satisfaction from blocking your way.
I hate you, door.
Yep.
Even though a door comes in handy time and time again, I can't stand this one in particular. It's locked.
What did you expect?
For them to forget?
Maybe you can chew through the bars, Harvey.
I'm afraid I can't. My teeth are made of terry cloth.
I hate grates. Hello? Hello? Can anybody hear me?
What do you want?
I want out of here.
Forget it. What kind of way is that to treat a guest? We won't give up that easily, will we?
How rude.
Open sesame! That must have been the wrong incantation. Hey? Hello?
Don't make so much noise in there. What do you want?
Oh, damn. That's a lot of options, huh? Where am I?
Where am I?
Honey, if I answered that question every time one of you loonies asked me, I wouldn't even have time to go to the bathroom anymore. Listen, honey, I'm not paid for talking. Anything else?
Who am I?
You are by far the most annoying patient I've ever had to guard.
Patient? Am I sick then? I certainly don't feel sick.
Listen, sweetie, you're in a room with padded walls. Why don't you try to figure it out for yourself?
I'm not insane.
I'm not insane. Isn't that so, Harvey?
Right, she isn't insane.
Do you hear? Harvey agrees.
You really are an odd couple, the both of you.
Why can't I remember anything?
I'm not going to explain that to you yet again. Only so you can forget it during your next treatment again.
Oh, that's not good.
Why is it so hot in here?
That might be due to the air conditioner being turned off.
What air conditioner? There's no air conditioner in here.
Do you think the doctor is stupid enough to have an exposed ventilation shaft in your cell? The air conditioner is hidden behind the padding, of course.
Is that so?
Oh, thank you.
An air conditioner behind the padding. That does make much more sense, of course.
That's very handy.
Can you turn on the AC for me, please?
I'll have to think about that. If you keep quiet from now on, maybe later.
This guy's so nice, isn't he?
Let me out! This is an emergency!
Oh, is it?
I have to pee.
Ah, the good old I have to pee trick. Truly a classic. Do you honestly think you get to be a warden in an asylum for the insane if you ever fall for that one?
What if I really have to pee?
Yeah, very clever.
I really have to seriously, urgently go pee.
Don't try that with me. Just don't.
I'm a bit dizzy.
Well, that's probably because of the stale air in there. I suppose I could get up now, walk over to the controls of the AC, and provide you with some fresh air. But then again, maybe I won't.
Yes, Dre. Just pee on the floor so it goes under the door and wets his feet. That'll teach him.
It's much too hot in here.
You can take it.
I'm hungry.
Dinner's at 6. It's a shame that all you'll get is bread and water again. It's free choice day at the cafeteria, you know.
I need to check what the weather is like.
Well, the early autumn sun is resting low in an orange sky. The air is so clear that the distant light is sparkling in the mountain reflections. It's around 65 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a lovely day outside, but you won't be able to see it, I'm afraid.
Oh, I'm mistaken. No emergency at all.
That's even better. Anything else?
I couldn't help but notice how skillfully you're guarding this door.
Ah, you noticed that, eh? So you might have also noticed that I have my own technique. I developed it at the last tournament. Yep.
Tournament?
Really? So you're a famous athlete? Do you play on a team or something?
Oh, I play golf. Mini golf. Yep.
I bet your mummy bought
And I bet
club.
Mommy bought the club for you.
Ha! Do you think that a Babbitt & Son can be bought in just any store?
Where did you get it? Did you steal it? I think this is all very exciting.
Watch your mouth. I've never stolen anything in my life.
Where did you get it then? Is it from the junkyard? You can find the most curious things there.
Watch your mouth. Nobody throws out a gem like a Babbitt & Son.
Where did you get it then? Did you carve it from a whale's jawbone?
Ha! The whale has yet to be born. Whose jawbone can compete with the impact of a genuine Babbitt & Son?
I give up. Where did you get it?
My father made it for me. Jeffrey Francis von Babbitt Sr.
Really?
As he lay on his deathbed, with shaking hands, he handed over his own Babbitt & Son titanium 7 iron. His lucky club. He told me to use it like he taught me.
That sounds like one of those sophisticated father and son relationships.
Yes, my father was a very sophisticated man. He was so suave that he always wore a tuxedo. Sometimes at night, I even put on his top hat, just to find out how it felt to be as debonair as my father. Do you mean that kind of sophisticated?
Well... Anyway, Thanks for sharing this completely useless information with me.
Yes, this is a really long conversation.
You're a real daddy's boy, aren't you?
My father was a great man.
And an incredible mini-golfer, I'm sure.
Yep.
I wonder if my father was a mini-golfer too.
What did you say, sweetheart? Your father was many things, but mini golfer wasn't one of them.
You knew our
What do you
father?
know about him?
There are things that are better left in the past. Oh boy. Father a mini golfer. That really cracks me up. Thanks for the laugh. Is that all? Or do you want to know anything else?
Oh, we still got lots more to know.
Why don't you take your daddy's club and whack it across your skull?
You're mean. My poor father. Just you wait. I hope you suffocate in there. You can forget about me turning on the AC for you.
Uh-oh. Hello?
Hey! Hello?
What is it this time?
Is there anything else to talk about? No,
Just forget it. I've got better things to do than chat with you.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Sorry, I have to fix something. Good about. Okay, sorry about that. Right, where were we? Let's try the leg.
Look here, Harvey.
Oh my goodness, you found a chair leg. My heroine.
Holy cow! Detachable chair legs. Junk from the discount furniture dealer. I found you, chair leg. Now I'll hide, you seek.
Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide from me.
Dang it. It's already found the best hiding spot.
No, you hide on top of the chair and then it can never find you.
Let's see how detachable this chair leg really is.
Seems like a stupid idea to have detachable chair legs.
That didn't do much now, did it? If only I had something pointy.
Pointy? Okay,
Oops. I broke my chair leg.
Yeah, baby. Let's trash the whole place.
I think it's pointy now, yeah?
I'm so ashamed. I've killed my friend Chairman Chairleg. I've created a piece of art.
Murder. Yeah, we murdered the chair leg.
Are you the sound-absorbing? Ha! I can't reach between the gaps with my fingers.
Do we have to
I've
keep
done
using
enough
it?
slashing for now.
Hmm?
You should consider a career as a home decorator.
No. It's already broken. Besides, I don't have any issues with the table.
You can't know that for sure.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, fuck that table.
Take that, you insufferable means of exclusion! Too bad. Not even a scratch.
It's so stupid, right? You have all this padding Yeah, metal braces around the corner, metal door.
Freedom! Freedom!
What do you want?
I want out of here.
Forget it.
I can't reattach it. I've created a piece of art.
Maybe I gotta find the right one, right? Do it to all of them.
Doesn't look half bad.
Just do it and skip. Oh, that one's a bit different.
Now I want it even less. Ha! I've created a piece of art.
Maybe not. Well, I did it to all of them.
I've done enough slashing for now. I've done enough slashing for now. Quite the
Maybe.
piece of art. Almost 2 pieces. I've done enough slashing for now.
Well, that one said it a bit differently. 'Cause that's different, right? It says.
Now I want it even less. Quite the piece of art. Almost 2 pieces.
What's Harvey got to say?
It's a work of art.
He just says a work of art. Pretty sure we're meant to be exposing the vent, right? So
I've created a piece of art. Now I want it. Ha! Quite the piece of art. Almost 2. I've created.
Wow. Why am I already stuck? This is not boding well for my point and click abilities.
I've done enough slash. I've done it.
You should consider a career as a home decorator. It's a work of art.
I can talk to the dude again.
Maybe you can chew through the bars, Harvey.
I'm afraid I can.
Hey! Hello?
What is it this time?
Can you turn on the AC for me, please?
I'll have to think about that. If you keep quiet from now on, maybe later.
doesn't have anything new to say.
Let me out! This isn't.
Oh,
It's much too hot in here.
you can take it.
Oh, I'm mistaken. No emergency at all.
That's even better. Anything else?
I'd like to know more about mini golf.
Well, who doesn't? Have I already told you that I play in the professional league? Yep.
Maybe I missed something in here. Yeah, because we talked about the father. We didn't go further down. Okay.
Mini golf? I'm getting all dizzy.
And with good reason, sweetheart. You know what? I'll turn on the AC for you. You can cool off a bit that way.
There's a draft coming from behind this gap.
Well, that helps. Okay, so what, can we do it again now? Because we know it's there. There we go. Okay, we just missed the conversation path.
It's a flathead chair leg, but a Phillips screw head.
Hmm.
Open sesame! Look here, Harvey. I've invented the world's first chair leg sharpener ever.
Cool. This would work great for vampire hunting. After we escape, we'll make millions.
The grate doesn't seem to be impressed. Quite the contrary, in fact. It seems to be mocking me. I hate grates. I can't unscrew it without some kind of tool.
Huh. You used to know how way back when.
What do you mean?
You used to be able to loosen screws with no tool before. That's what I mean.
Did we?
Yo, screw!
Don't you yo me, sucker.
Loosen up, screw. Just keeping it real, bro.
Okay.
I can't unscrew it without some...
Huh.
What do you...
You
I can't unscrew... What do
you
Do you say
Yo,
the same thing?
screw!
Don't you
Loose... I can't unscrew...
Huh.
What do you...
you
I could just cry, Harvey. I can't loosen these screws.
Aw, come on. You should be able to eat screws like that for breakfast. That certainly wouldn't have stopped you when you were little.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you used to be able to pull off a pretty cool trick.
Could I juggle burning chainsaws?
Not exactly that, but a couple of stupid screws would never have been an obstacle for you.
I must have been an extra laid-back kid. What else do you know?
That isn't how it works. Just remember, I'm a projection of your subconscious.
Nobody's perfect.
I can give your memory a boost, but you'll have to show me things that remind you of your childhood.
Like the screws?
Exactamundo.
And then?
Then I'll tempomorph us to the past.
Cool. I'm ready, Harvey.
Shall I tempomorph you to the past now?
Tempomorph.
What exactly do you mean by tempomorph? Does that hurt? Will my body be split into molecules? And beamed backward through time?
Something like that.
Yippee!
Alright, let's do it.
Yeah, tempomorph me to the past.
As you wish. Hold on.
Sparkly sounds.
So this is the past? It looks like our old basement at least. And look at me! I'm young.
We've jumped back about 10 years.
Don't I have to be careful now that I don't run over my own grandpa or something?
No more than usual. We're just observing your memory here.
Ah, I see.
You look
So
normal.
I don't have to be careful in case I step on some dinosaur eggs.
Not if you can find any.
I know what day this is. My father locked me up in the basement because I teased the neighbor's boy. His name was Albert or
Alfred. Alfred Marcel.
Alfred Marcel? Like in Dr. Marcel? Oh no!
You better believe it. He's the son of the doctor in charge of the asylum.
Well, that's not good.
Whoa.
But this shouldn't be a concern for us. We're here to teach you the art of loosening screws without a tool.
All right then.
I have to get my bearings first. I'll go first, if you don't mind. We can take turns, okay?
Okay.
Oh.
This pile of firewood is home to a vast population of hidden arachnids.
Nice.
I should ask Edna if she can use the wood for anything. It's a solid rake with a long handle. I wonder if Edna can use this thing. One time, Edna put firecrackers in the furnace, but there was no fire in the furnace back then. Edna's playmate Alfred was there instead.
Yep.
I wonder if Edna has any ideas about this furnace. Vermilion, Norwegian Umbra, and Chinese Gooseberry Pastel. Actually, Edna prefers finger paints, but she might still be interested in this.
So we gotta learn how to undo the
This
screw.
is interesting. The screws keep this plate in place. I remember. It's all coming back to me. Edna was able to loosen the screws. All I have to figure out now is exactly how she did it. This is the last piece in this puzzle. I'm sure of it.
Thanks.
I can see the kitchen. Nobody there. And the key isn't in the lock. Edna won't be able to do anything either. The key is missing. You could open the door with it, if it wasn't locked. I wonder if Edna's just tried the handle. The window is closed. I might be able to squeeze through, but
I don't know.
I can't do it without Edna's help.
We pull you to parts, maybe.
Maybe Edna can open the window for me. I should talk to her about it. Edna used to be pretty cool, even back then. Edna is by far the most interesting human being in the world.
Yep.
Maybe we can make a fire.
That should be fun, but I don't have a lighter.
Can you reach the window with a rake?
This almost sounds like it could work. I could give it a try, if you let me.
If you can paint yourself into a corner, maybe we can paint ourselves a way out.
Don't be ridiculous, Harvey.
Not be ridiculous? Why stop now?
Right?
Hey, Edna, can you open the window for me, please?
Even I can't reach it, Harvey. If I could, do you think I'd still be sitting down here?
Do you remember this furnace, Edna?
Ah, yeah. The good old furnace.
Nothing else? Okay.
How are you, Edna?
I'm asking myself why you brought me here. Didn't you want to teach me how I can loosen screws?
We'll get right to it. Did
Talk
you
about
already
everything.
try the handle?
I'm beginning to think that this tempo morphing wasn't such a good idea after all. You don't know how I can get out of here.
Don't worry, I'll teach you. And that will help you in the present as well. Maybe we can find something that fits into the keyhole.
Let's see. Maybe something like a key?
Geez, why so cranky?
Sorry, Harvey. I was just so looking forward to the past. And now, All I get to see is this basement.
I'll find a way out, don't worry.
Last thing.
Hey Edna, I found some screws! I know now. You have to loosen these screws to get out of here.
That doesn't really help us much, does it? Now we've got
Nope.
the same problem as the one in the present.
Oh, right. I'll have another look around. I promise you I'll get us out of here.
Oh, there's more stuff. Okay. I thought I hovered over
A
them, but
jar full of rusty nails. You'll know 100% if someone has had their tetanus shot with these. Maybe I should ask Edna if she could use them. Empty. Edna isn't one of those kids who likes to play with empty boxes, but I can ask her anyway. There's a reason these ended up in the basement. The reason is they are of no use whatsoever. They're not even worthy of racking my brain for a punchline.
lazy.
How long does oil have to sit before it congeals? Maybe Edna will know what to do with the oil. I should ask her. This is rosehip thistle marmalade. Mattis, Edna's father, got that from Grandma. Mattis stored it in the basement because it keeps the rats away.
Ooh, sounds nice.
I'd rather not remind Edna of this ugly concoction.
More to talk about.
Maybe we can use these towels?
What for? A sauna club?
Why not?
Maybe we can open the door with the oil from the can.
Nice idea. But there isn't any oil.
Maybe the door will fall apart if we free the marmalade from the jar.
Considering how it used to smell, that might even be a good idea. But we'd check out before the door does. Remember, though, you're made out of terry cloth. You could catch fire from the stench alone.
That's some powerful stuff.
Look what's in the box!
What is it?
A bunch of nothing! Gotcha!
Oh, Harvey.
Maybe these rusty nails can help us out.
How do you reckon?
Well, I wasn't completely finished with planning yet.
Yeah, we did the paint, didn't we? Alright, change over. Talk to the wood.
You alright, spiders?
Sure. Definitely. Yippee!
Good work.
There are countless spiders living in there. I don't want to disturb the spiders. I don't want to I often used to play in the leaves with Alfred. Why are you hanging around? Make yourself useful.
Yoink.
The good old furnace. I guess it won't answer. Ouch! Hot! Ouch! Hot! No, the rake's still good.
Got it open.
It seems to be a lovely day today. Hello? Is anybody out there? Hello? I can't reach it. I can't reach.
Oh, we can't click on Harvey? Okay.
The marmalade doesn't have to be raked. I can rake my oil fields later.
Break the oil fields.
Dried out? Can oil dry out? All those wars in Iraq are your fault.
Topical.
I can't even get a drop out of it. I can't even get... Yucky, 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 yuck. I'd rather not. I can't stand this marmalade. Yucky, 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 yuck. Obviously, there's nothing useful on these shelves. Were you not granted an honorable end? If I start raking towels, I might end up in a mental asylum.
Might.
The moths didn't want them, so I don't want them either. Empty. Is there anybody in there?
Nope, I'm completely empty.
I don't have to use the rake there. Empty. A jar full of rusty nails. Doesn't my father keep anything useful here? If you rest, you rust. No, they're completely useless now.
You sure?
Not even raking will tidy things up here. They can stay up there if you ask me. My father planned to paint the shed ages ago. Now the paint is completely dry. Hello up there. I can't reach them. Anyway, they're completely useless.
Okay.
Its primary function is to rake leaves. It's far less effective as a tool for fine mechanics.
Don't know if you don't try it, no.
The screws are keeping a panel in place. I wonder what's behind it. How do I deal with you two? With my bare hands? No chance. The laws of leverage tell me this would be a complete waste of time. The handle is mocking me. You will not hold me back, black-hearted handle. Harvey promised to get us out of here, and I trust him.
Well, that's a silly thing to trust.
Locked. What else could it be? What else? There are certain differences between a rake and a key.
And what are those?
Let's see if I can make out anything. Wow, that's our old kitchen. This side alone was worth trying this temple morph thingy. Hello? Dad? Nobody seems to hear me.
I don't think they locked you in here. I don't think they're gonna come.
There's nothing in it. No chance. I'd need the key first.
Alright. So, can you get up there now?
Edna? Will you help me up there? Just for a second?
Yeah, I think I can manage.
Yeet. Oh, we didn't get to see a yeet. How sad.
This leads back into the house. Maybe Edna knows how I can get through there. It collects rainwater. Nope, there ain't no monkeys in there.
Yeah, this is a bit odd. Like, it says that the interactor's here, but it's actually over here.
This is the house of the, Oh dear, seems like I can't remember all the details after all.
Don't tell Edna
Maybe
that.
we can call the neighbors for help. I'd better ask Edna what she thinks of that. It's a gorgeous day. If you can't think of anything else to say, talk about the weather. Oh, there's somebody sitting there. The guy on the left is Mattis, Edna's father. But on the right, hey, isn't that Alfred Marcel? That's the son of Dr. Marcel, the head of the asylum. Edna had to play with him a lot back then. But why is he sitting here eating ice cream with Mattis when Edna's locked inside? I don't get it.
Because they're not very nice.
This says that you're allowed to rhyme easel with brush. Yippee! That oversight was long overdue.
Yes.
You're allowed to rhyme easel with brush.
Kinda. Chaos Phonics researchers from the nanosyllable laboratories of the Henry Lincoln Institute for Applied Linguistics have managed to isolate 3 new rhyme pairs with the help of a particle accelerator. Accordingly, in future final syllables, will rhyme with ing, used with id, and easel with ifs. These new findings give poetry 3 new important combinations that enable poets to express complex circumstances such as the conductor was confused, forget the sail he did, or and so the weasel thought tomorrow I'll go jogging, in rhyme form. What?
It says that the chestnut burglar has escaped again. We'll have to watch our chestnuts closely now. Just a second. This is interesting. It says he escaped by using a chewed-off toenail.
The infamous chestnut thief has escaped from custody. Police assumes that on Thursday he managed to open the screws securing the toilets of the prison library using one of his own bitten-off toenails. The assumption is based on the findings of a toenail that is now being examined by police. The chestnut thief has been blah 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 blah. How the fuck do you bite your own toenail? Being very flexible. Oh, here we go. Oh. Didn't work.
Roses are red.
Oh, there it goes.
Here is an easel. Let's try this out. Does this rhyme with brush? No, I don't think so.
In Flint, Michigan, a left-handed person was stabbed with a right-handed pair of scissors. Very strange.
Mysterious left-handed man stabbed with right-handed scissors. A technician from the anti-avalanche early bird warning system made a gruesome discovery on the Hugh home. What? White servicing the local deforesting facility for glacier prevention in the trench surrounding the sheep safety fence he found. What the fuck am I reading?
It says that the will it's Am I dreaming? Isn't that Alfred, Dr. Marcel's son? Edna had to play with him a lot back then. He was the most obnoxious kid in the whole town. And here he is, together with Edna's father having ice cream. Something stinks.
If you're left-handed, you would get it, okay?
I can't wait to tell Edna about it. She's gonna go berserk when she hears that her father invited Alfred over for ice cream. That's Mattis, Edna's father. I can't believe he's eating ice cream with that obnoxious Alfred, while at the same time poor Edna is locked in the basement. This is the height of injustice. I can't wait to tell Edna about it. She's gonna go berserk when she hears that that's
Okay, off we go. We can double click, okay. So let's talk about everything besides the toenail thing.
There's a door leading inside from the backyard. Do you have any idea how I can get in?
I don't think you can. How would you open a door?
Right. I'd better keep looking around. Maybe we could ask the neighbors to help us.
I'm sure they'll take sides with Mattis. Besides, how are you gonna pull that off? Are you gonna walk over and ring their bell?
Right.
Well,
I didn't think about that.
we were just walking around the outside, so why not?
Do you remember the rain barrel next to the back door?
Vaguely. Why?
Just curious. It's a beautiful day outside.
That's not fair. I have to sit down here in the basement.
You'll never guess what's happening on the porch.
Fire away.
Mattis, your father, your own flesh and blood, is sitting together with Alfred Marcel, Dr. Marcel's son. And if that wasn't bad enough, they're making themselves nice and cozy with giant ice cream sundaes.
I can't believe it. My father prefers that sleazebag over me? Something must be truly rotten here.
Yep, very.
You'll never guess what's happening on the porch.
What's he
Fire
saying?
away.
And there,
Why give us the options? Only Article 1?
Edna, you
Oh,
won't
I forgot to
believe
put-
what's in the paper.
You're finally allowed to rhyme easel and brush?
Yes.
About time. Now I can finally finish my poem about the weasel in the underbrush.
There you go, it worked. Kinda. Go away.
Edna?
Yeah?
Oh, get me back up there. I forgot to do the,
The
that-
chestnut burglar has a snake. It's a lap they in flat.
Now we're gonna go back. We won't talk about number 2 yet. Number 3 first.
I've read that a left-handed person got stabbed with a right-handed pair of scissors.
Isn't that peculiar? I think somebody's trying to make a point.
Guess what? The chestnut burglar has escaped again.
Oh no, not again. Last time he took 3 trees in our street alone.
Police are saying that he escaped using a chewed-off toenail.
Really? A gnawed-off toenail shouldn't be hard to come by. And now?
Ugh, crunch.
I'm really curious to see if this is gonna work. I can't believe it! It really did work! The latch isn't held by the panel anymore. I can just open the door. This really is our old kitchen. I can't wait to go on exploring my past.
But nope. We're gonna go back.
No, not yet.
Alright.
No! Dang. It was all just about to come back to me.
I'm sorry. This was all I could remember. At least you learned how to loosen screws.
Right. Thanks, Harvey. Where would I be without you?
Harvey 1. Toenails. Okay. Should have looked at the old art for that.
That doesn't work that way.
No.
I hate... That doesn't work that way. 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 That doesn't work that way.
I'm confused. I can't click on my toes. There's
It's screwed on top.
no thing to interact. Oh, okay. I had to use it on itself. If that makes any sense. Ta-da! stick the...
Look here, Harvey.
Oh,
Ivan.
Cool.
This is my old buddy. No, Harvey is my best friend.
oh. I broke it.
That's the last thing a juicy steak gets to see before it's turned into hamburger.
Piece of the dude, maybe.
Oh, master of rotation, will you let me pass?
In one piece? I highly doubt that.
Oh, look at this, Harvey. A ventilator whose razor-sharp blades rotate at a deadly speed. This would fit right in with my collection of frag grenades and anti-personnel mines. What do you think? Shall I take it?
What's
Harvey?
wrong, Harvey?
I'm still thinking about it.
I wonder what would
Okay.
happen if I put my hand in there.
Edna, don't! You could break the fan!
We do anything with the grate? No. Okay. Yeah, we'll try talking to this guy again, eh?
Hey! Hello?
Well, sweetheart, what is it now?
I feel a little chilly now. Can you turn off the AC again, please?
No. Fresh air is good for you. And with any luck, it'll make you drowsy.
I'd like to know more about mini-golf.
Probably something in mini golf again.
Who doesn't? Have I already told you that I play in the profession? Yep.
Yes, yes. Could you let me out to show me some of your golf skills? Yeah, we didn't do some of these, yeah, still.
Could you let me out and show me some of your golf skills?
You know full well Dr. Marcel forbids that. If you're just trying to annoy me, I'll come in and play some mini golf on you.
Ooh. Oh, if we talk about his father and insult him again, he'll turn it off, probably.
Tell me more about your father.
My father. Jeffrey Yeah,
Why don't you take your daddy's club and whack it across your skull?
You're mean. My poor father. Just you wait. Let's see if you're still laughing when I turn the AC back off.
Well, there we go. Shim. Do that.
Maybe I can pry the fan out of its casing with this. And... Ugh.
Up.
I'll hang that over my fireplace as a trophy. Not.
She looks so evil in the old. Oh. Stay away.
Do you feel sorry for having blocked my way now? Your silence speaks volumes. No, it's broken.
But we could build a perfect broken helicopter from the parts!
What on earth would we possibly do with the broken helicopter?
Right. We'd still need somebody who could fix it.
Or we could just try and find another way out of here.
All the better. There must be hundreds of people out there who can fix a helicopter.
Oh.
Sorry.
I broke it.
Yep, you
It's
did.
suffered enough already. Besides, there isn't enough room in here to swing properly. What do you think of that, Harvey?
Cool! A broken fan! We could build a great broken helicopter.
What on earth?
Right.
Or
There must...
Alright, let's move on. Hello, Half. How are you doing?
This Edna is a real challenge, Holgar.
That's Dr. Marcel's voice. It's coming from beyond this grate.
Quick, maybe we can listen in on what they're saying.
That's good to hear.
What do you mean by that, Dr. Marcel?
I'm at the end of my tether. It's been 10 years, and she can still remember.
You're afraid she might find out what really happened back then?
Pah! Nobody will believe her. Who's gonna believe a loony? The daughter of a convicted murderer.
So why are you worried?
I'm not worried. I just hate her resistance.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. My dad? A murderer?
There's something rotten in the state of Denmark.
Yeah, this Dr. Marcel is hiding something. As soon as we're out of here, we'll have to clear the good name of my father.
Oh, someone died trying to escape.
And yet again, Harvey, a great.
So now what? Shall I nibble your toenails for you now?
Yes.
Dr. Marcel and Holger are gone. Hello?
Shh! What are you doing? Do you want to give us away?
Why? Dr. Marcel and Holger are gone. See for yourself. Sturdy.
Okay. Same.
Sturdy.
Anything else? Nope. Okay, let's go.
Maybe you can chew through the bars, Harvey.
I'm afraid I can't.
Hey, that's cheating, using the same voice line.
Freedom, cut to shreds by the merciless bars of a grate.
Well, this is her new face, I guess you could say. Yeah, I'll show you her old face. There you go, her old face. This is the original art of the game. It's good too. It is good. It's not bad. I think they've done a real good job of upgrading the graphics, really. I don't think they should have changed her as much, but you know, it's not bad. So just great.
Help! I'm being held prisoner here! Where have all the heroes gone? All those knights in shining armor? Where are all those annoying do-gooders when you really need them? Closed. As was to be expected. Freedom.
Use the bar on it?
Freedom! Freedom!
I guess not.
Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Unfortunately, the screws are on the outside, so I can't reach them.
Well, we still have the toenails. Can we use it on the grate?
Dr. Marcel and Holger are gone. Well, here we go again.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'm starting to get the hang of this.
Okay. Change back to Harvey.
Look here, Harvey.
Toenail
That's
power.
my father in the picture. This article states my father is a murderer. This simply has to be a hoax. Do you know anything about it? Can you remember anything?
That's strange. I can't remember a thing. It's like a black spot on my memory.
I desperately need to find out what really happened back then. My father is innocent. I'm 100% certain of that.
First things first. We need to escape from here. After that, we'll prove your father's innocence.
Murder of 8-year-old apprehended. 41-year-old Mathis turned himself in to the authorities in wee hours of today, even though he readily confessed having murdered an what? An 8-year-old? What? 8-year-old boy whose name has not been released for matters of privacy. He will probably face capital punishment. The alleged killer did not name a motive for the slaying. If the prosecution follows through with the death penalty, and it is swiftly applied, the single father leaves behind a sole daughter, Edna, who has been put under custody of Dr. Marcel, the head of the local asylum for the mentally ill. Well, that's a bit mean. Like, they put her into the custody of this guy, and he just locks us up into his asylum. It's, yeah. Non-smoker goes missing in petting zoo. Even the announcement of a genetically engineered supersonic chicken. Okay. Yeah, it's very sus.
I don't talk to liars. I won't add this blatant fiction to my inventory. What do you think of this, Harvey?
I remember this ugly mug.
Will that be enough for a flashback?
Trouble is, I don't really want to remember this little moron Alfred.
It shows a boy who's smiling. I don't know him, but he's starting to annoy me. You look pretty ugly with that smirk on your face.
So what? I got loads of candy, and a bicycle, and a kite, and a real pirate's hat!
Oh, shut up. I don't want to drag the photo around. What do you think of this, Harvey?
I remember this ugly mug.
Will that be enough for a flashback?
Trouble the same picture? Yeah, okay.
What do you think of this, Harvey?
You can look that up under Y for yawn.
Encyclopedia. Noun. 1. A work treating the various branches of learning. 2. An alphabetical compendium of referential knowledge. See also dictionary, lexicon.
Yes.
Hello,
Encyclopedia?
Right. Hello, Encyclopedia, smarty pants.
Ooh, we yoinked it.
Look here, Harvey. There's something lying there.
Ooh, a silver suppository! I bet that's gonna be chilly in the butt!
I think it's a pen, Harvey.
You think? But why would anyone want to stick a pen up his butt?
Harvey.
A sleek, aerodynamic pen. That doesn't work that way.
What do you mean it doesn't work that way? Of course it works!
Hiya, pen.
Hi, Squirt.
Yeah, you're right. Even worked the first time, too.
Swipe that too.
Look here, Harvey. Dr. Marcel's desk.
Let's fart on the desktop!
A desk, made from the finest wood. Too bad there are no documents that say anything about Dr. Marcel's sinister dealings here. I'd really like to know what he's up to. Good day to you, Mr. Table.
You're 3 minutes late.
I know, well, there was this grate, and I couldn't gnaw off my toenails fast enough.
That is no excuse for tardiness.
Now that's what I call a beautiful desk. I'll take it. How much is it? What? Nah, that's too rich for my blood. I love it.
This game, I tell ya.
Look here, Harvey. Dr. Marcel's chair.
Looks kind of ominous. as if a trace of him still lingers.
Yuck, Harvey! That's Dr. Marcel's throne. Hello, chair.
Hello, my dear child.
How's it go?
Why don't you sit down, my dear child?
I don't actually want to take it.
Why not?
Dr. Marcel has been sitting on it.
Ick.
Yeah, why would you want it?
No, I'd feel like I'm sitting on Dr. Marcel's lap.
Yeah, that would be horrible. Let's stab it.
I guess I could replace my broken chair leg with a proper one, but I like the way it is. Defective.
Hey, wreck his table.
No effect.
Damn.
Look, Harvey! Freedom!
Yippee! We're just inches away!
Just inches.
I can see our way to freedom clearly now. Greetings, window.
Hello, Edna. It was foretold a long time ago that you would one day come. Behold, the path to your future freedom.
Whoa! I should have finished my apprenticeship. If I had, I would surely be able to take the window out. It's locked.
What kind of apprenticeship were you doing, Harvey? Oh, Edna.
Oh, shucks. Safety glass.
Stupid safety glass.
What do you think of this cabinet, Harvey?
Yucky, yucky, yuck! I hate cabinets!
I used to be scared of cabinets when I was a child. Hello? Anybody in there?
No.
That's comforting. I used to be scared of cabinets when I was a child.
Yeah, the voice acting's great. This is, oh, if you don't know, this is made by the same people that made Deponia. How do I say their name again? I forgot. Doesn't matter. You can look it up.
Right! I'll just call my moving company.
Well, there is no one in there.
What do you think of this?
Yuck!
More stuff to click on.
Does the signature remind you of anything, Harvey?
Vaguely, yes. I think you taught yourself how to forge signatures once upon a time.
I was able to forge signatures? Cool. Let's tempomorph into the past.
Edna?
I want this signature.
Edna?
I'll be able to order medication for Dr. Marcel from the internet.
Edna!
And sign binding contracts with the record industry in his name.
Edna! We cannot tempomorph to the past!
What? But you said whenever you see something that reminds you.
That's right, but this isn't exactly your old diary. This time, I'll need something that takes me right back to the time when you acquired your skill.
So I'm supposed to find this needle in a haystack.
I believe it had something to do with learning. If you can find a remnant from your past, something from your school maybe, that should be enough to take us back to the past again.
You mean tempomorph us?
Yes, tempomorph us.
You're the one that came up with the name, mate. Jesus.
You think you're something special, don't you?
Indeed, I do. I bear the name of one of the greatest scientists of our time.
Nope. There's no hidden safe behind it. I'd love to have such a distinguished signature myself.
Wait a second. Wasn't there something...
What is it? What was there?
My
For the life
tempomorphing
of me,
ranges.
I can't remember the details.
Mighty temple morphing ranges. Right.
That's definitely Dr. Marcel's distinct signature. Look, Harvey. The doctor has a pretty big load of trophies.
I bet he awarded these to himself.
Probably.
1 cup for a spelling bee and 1 for shooting clay discs. How sporting.
Which one of those is for shooting clay discs? One's on a horse. What?
Hello, little ones. Here's your mama.
Oh no, Frank. Another admirer.
Try to ignore her, Harry. It's always the same with these gawkers.
You know what? What does it look like when we go back? Oh, it's still a horse. See? Yeah. And clay shooting.
Oh, how they glimmer. If only they weren't locked away. Hooray! I'm number 1! Yeehaw! Champ, champ, champ!
Can we make you not locked away?
That won't do anything here. The trophies are behind safety glass.
Ah, stupid safety glass. Okay, you've got the mallet. Okay.
Look here, Harvey. A polo mallet.
It shall be our Excalibur now.
A masterpiece. Made from the mineral of a meteorite that crashed here. It's a mineral that doesn't naturally exist on Earth. Your Holiness. A polo mallet. The doctor's a polo professional, obviously.
Yeah. So, oh, we got the chimney and the door. Alright. Oh, there's a drawer too. Back to Harvey, please.
Harvey doesn't fit in any drawer. A Norwegian hardwood drawer with leaf-gilded inlays.
Where do you see anything like that? This is ordinary beach.
Shh! The player was deeply impressed just now.
Yeah. Fucking Harvey.
Open sesame! That must have been the wrong incantation. I'd have to get it open first.
Well, that's what I'm telling you to do.
Closed. That makes me angry. I can almost get the scissors in the gap. Almost, being the significant modifier here.
Scissors? What fucking scissors?
I guess I need something more pointed to force it open. I didn't come here to tidy up.
Right, door.
Yikes!
Oops.
Well, if it isn't Miss Edna, how did you manage to get out of your cell?
I possess secret powers.
I possess secret powers. 1 step closer and I'll turn you into a bulldog.
Oh, yeah?
Luga! It worked! I didn't know I had it in me.
Quit this nonsense and get over here already. I'll put you back in your cell.
Ha! Never!
It's not too late to become friends.
We are not your enemies, Edna.
Will you stop erasing my memory and destroying my ego then?
Oh,
Wiccy is
no,
the best dragon
probably
around.
not.
That's what everyone
Great
says in town.
friends.
But
What's
don't
that?
forget,
Are you
the best
coming
fact
now?
yet. This dragon is also a clown. Honk honk.
Ah, Weekly. One day I might take your ability away to turn me into a clown.
Ha! Never!
You can't hide behind the desk forever.
We'll see about that. If you don't step away from the door immediately, I'll set my attack rabbit on you.
Ha 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 ha.
Sick, Harvey, sick!
Grrr.
No, I won't take it away from you.
This is a cabinet. Oh no, wait. It's Holger, Dr. Marcel's assistant. Even though he's quite compact, he isn't very transport-friendly.
Hey!
Poke. This ram. What? I think that. What?
Hold it!
What? I know the movement is a bit weird. In the change when I was testing something. I want to see what happens. Good look at him.
Hey!
Yeah, they broke it in the anniversary edition.
Hold it!
That's sad. Let's talk to him again.
Hey, Holger!
What do you say? Are you going to cooperate now?
Don't you want to know how I can escape?
Sure! Fire away!
Just an animated scene.
I had help from the outside.
Ha 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 ha! From whom, I might ask? Your dead father, maybe?
My dad is dead?
You might not remember everything, but this asylum is your home now. It has been for a long time. Come here. I'll put you safely back in your cell.
Ha! Never!
What do you know about my father?
Besides him being a murderer?
Those are lies. I eavesdropped on you.
Listen, sweetheart. Your father was a murderer. He admitted his guilt, and he was sentenced. That's all you need to know.
Don't you want to know how I can escape?
Sure. Fire away.
I had to go to the bathroom and got lost.
Oh, come to Ulgor and I'll show you the way. The way back to your cell.
Ha!
So
Never!
we're gonna use the bathroom.
Don't you want...
Sure.
That mini-golf guy let me out.
Babbitt, he's getting less and less reliable. Dr. Marcel will be frothing at the mouth when he comes back from town. Be that as it may, you're coming with me now. I'll put you back in your cell.
Ha! Never!
He finally turned back around to face us.
Don't you want...
Sure.
My ragdoll rabbit temple morphed me to the past. That's where I learned to use my super toenails as a multi-tool.
You've always been very resourceful. It's a shame not much of that will be left once Dr. Marcel's therapy begins to work. Come on now, I'll put you back in your cell.
Ha!
Well, it hasn't worked for the past 10 fucking years or whatever.
I want to talk to Dr. Marcel. At once.
The doctor is out. You can talk to him as soon as he's back. Until then, you'll be put back in your cell.
Never!
As you wish. We might as well wait here, even if it takes all day long. I've got plenty of time.
Alright, time to stab. Stab.
I won't even try that.
Why not? Stab him. Can we have another toenail? Do it in front of him. Crunch.
Would you like to read something?
Are you trying to make fun of me? I might not look like it, but I read a lot during my spare time.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Tolstoy, Hemingway, Voltaire, Beatrix Potter.
Ha! Now you've just given yourself away. Those are all just made-up names. The pen is supposed to be mightier than the sword, but these forearms look like the shock absorbers on a truck.
Pretty sure it's the polo mallet, but I want to use the toenail.
Hey, stop that!
Just threw it at him. Okay. Bonk. Goodbye. Okay,
What do you think, Harvey? Shall we put him above our mantelpiece?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I'll get the wood shavings and you get the spoon.
Edna slay big animal. Ugh. Huda champ, Huda champ.
Edna!
still the
Say
shoes.
it louder.
Edna!
Yes, I should get rid of him. But where to put him? Ah, I know. The cabinet.
Yep. Don't know how you're gonna move him. Upside down too. Alright.
What do you think of this cabinet, Harvey?
Yuck!
Ulgor? Obviously, he's still knocked out.
Oh, we
I won't burn my best buddy.
did forget the chimney.
Fireplace, source of coziness and warmth. Engage fireplace. Set to 96.8 degrees Fahrenheit. Low flicker.
Your request is outside the range of regular parameters.
Captain, the voice activation is faulty, it seems.
Yes, Harvok. You are right. Yeah, I know. It looks like a plastic furnace with an electric fire, but is actually made of stone and firmly built into the wall. I can't find the on button.
The sci-fi reference. Alright.
What do you make of this, Harvey?
Yummy! Veggies for supper.
I thought you had strict dietary requirements of pure candy.
I always eat whatever will cause the most damage.
Oh.
An exceptionally creepy buttercup. Hello, little plant. Are you getting enough sunlight?
Water. Water.
Oops.
Help. Murder.
Shh. Somebody else will take care of that. Somebody else will take care of that. I'm sorry.
Huh! Who's gonna believe that?
I didn't mean to do that.
Liar!
Did I do that?
Just admit it. You're as destructive as a first-person shooter.
Apparently.
Look, Harvey. Freedom.
Yippee! We're just...
I can see approximately 10 gallons of sky.
10 gallons of sky. Okay.
Use the skylight, Skywalker. Take skylight? Are you trying to tell me something? Only someone a few watts short of a light bulb would try that, Edna. That's too high. I'm sure I can find a better exit.
We'll go on the door first then. Oh, look. It's Alf. Hello, Alf.
What do you make of this, Harvey?
Yuck! A frog!
It's not a frog.
But Harvey, that's not a frog. That's Alf.
I see. First you lose your memory, and now you're a professor of zoology all of a sudden.
Man, Alf, that's fucking going back a long time now, eh?
That Alf is one ugly critter. You make me want to puke, Alf.
No problemo. You're killing me.
Blah.
No, ALF.
I may have lost my memory, but I can still vividly remember how much I used to dislike Alf. I may have lost my... but I can... Look, Harvey, a chemistry kit.
Yippee! Let's turn gold into lead!
Is this an asylum for the mentally ill or Dr. Frankenstein's laboratory? Whoa. No reaction.
Ha 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 ha. Hello, Kuro.
I can't reach them. I always despised chemistry lessons anyway. Except for the explosions, of course. Look, Harvey! Laundry!
Are those funny Halloween costumes?
No, it's those impersonal hospital gowns.
Then let's keep on looking!
A pile of white lab gowns. So soft. I wonder if they used Fuzzy Soft Ultra.
No, more like irradiated with 1,000 Tesla of gamma rays.
Oh yeah, radioactively fresh.
You can see that this game is like probably 70% of doing every option, every interaction to get on every item to get voice lines.
They're pretty much like my own.
Wish you could do Harvey's voice. Harvey's voice is lots of different voices.
Would you like to try some, Harvey?
Oh yeah! I'll probably mutate into some super being!
Oh
You're already a super being to me, Harvey. There's a flashy sign on it. Oh, genie in the bottle, grant me one wish.
What is your desire, Master?
I desire that Dr. Marcel gets a boil on his butt.
Your wish has been granted. Just don't ask me to prove it.
Tastes like pineapple.
I don't think you meant to drink that one. Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah? Can I? Please?
No, just remember what happened last time.
A rabbit's foot isn't good luck if it's still attached.
Okay.
Nice color. Food processor?
Oh, the hell, Edna.
I don't want it. It's broken. It's broken. What do you make of this, Harvey?
I prefer the kind of pin that gets me money from a cash machine.
There are some missing. Pins usually only talk amongst themselves. What for? There are some missing.
So?
Can't do that. There are some missing. What do you make of this ball, Harvey?
I'd like to have the matching cannon.
It's a bowling ball.
So we'll need a bowling cannon. Wouldn't want it any other way.
Bowling cannon, sure.
That reminds me of Hulgor. Hulgor? Is that you? No reaction. I was so convinced. I most certainly will not lug this thing around. Can't do that. Some of the pins are missing. What do you make of these boxes, Harvey?
I'm doing my best not to make anything of them.
I wonder what's in there.
Oops. What the hell was in there?
Whoa, that sounds like... Yeah, almost as if... Well, color me surprised. This is glass! The topics of conversation between me and these boxes are somewhat limited. Demographically speaking, there's an enormous disparity between our social backgrounds.
Are you sure, Edna? Are you sure?
I can't imagine there's anything left unharmed in there. I think I've done enough damage. Look, Harvey! A light switch!
Careful! It could be a trap.
Could be.
I wonder what this switch controls.
Well, it doesn't look like it controls the light, but it probably does.
Light! Light! Come on! That's the ticket!
Ah, worked. Because, you know, why not?
Look, Harvey, a comic book.
Yippee! It's Captain Useless and the Quiche of Death.
Captain Useless and the Quiche of Death. Whoa! It's a limited first edition. What would you do in my place, Captain Useless?
I'd go and kick Dr. Marcel's butt.
That doesn't work that way.
No, thank you. I know it by heart. It was the only thing I could read in here.
In this panel, we see Captain Useless stepping on Handy Boy's chemistry kit. Ugh.
Hey, you're not exactly Miss Universe yourself.
Oof.
Hello?
Hello, Edna. What brings you here?
Who or what are you?
I am a brain in a jar, but you can call me Bobo if you like.
Like Bobo the bear?
No, more like Bobo bombastic, bodacious, bodilicious, gonna smack you to the ground.
You're able to talk?
Of course not, stupid. Do you see a mouth anywhere? I communicate telepathically.
Clearly you do. Do you know a way out of here?
Why do people always think that brains in jars always have the answers for everything? No, I don't know a way out of here. I don't travel much, you know.
You don't need to be sassy about it.
Do you know anything about Dr. Marcel?
Beware the evil doctor. He's evil. Evil.
Really?
I hate it when I get so agitated.
Ciao, Bobo. In this panel, we see Captain Useless making contact with an alien life form.
Yes.
In this panel, we see Captain Useless appearing on the crime scene with no
Maybe.
pants on.
Maybe not.
In this panel, Captain Useless acquired his superpowers when he tuned into the wrong station on his car radio. In this panel, we see Captain Useless mixing up left and right. In this panel, we see Captain Useless being awarded the Krypton King of Gutterball trophy. In this panel, we see Captain Useless being awarded. In this panel, we see Captain Useless selling his explosive belt on eBay.
Everything? I don't know. Oh no, don't use the door. You need to use the door. Back.
In this panel, we see how the energy company disconnects the basement cave from the power grid. Presumably, Handy Boy will have to advance the money for the electrical bill again.
Well, you know, she is kind of locked up in a mental asylum at the moment, but not because she was crazy.
The first issue should always be protected behind glass. But I myself seem to be behind glass at the moment.
So you protected then? How come we didn't get the achievement? What does it mean to get out of the whole building? Also, because I can. Poor Alf. Jesus. Anyway, back to Harvey.
Look, Harvey! Freedom!
So what are we waiting for?
This is pretty high up. Does that mean I'm being held captive in a tower?
How romantic.
Oh, we're not actually going to talk to the window? How
Yeah, I'd
surprising.
love that. That way, I could enjoy the view wherever I am. Unfortunately, the design of this window is somewhat awkward, and somebody has attached the view to the horizon.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go outside first instead of going down the hallway.
must be joking. Harvey's my best buddy. Wow. Looks like I still have a long way to go.
Does.
Hello! Nobody seems to hear me. Everything looks like toys from up here, but an inner voice is warning me not to take another step and make a grab for him.
Whoa, a toy car! I love little dinky cars!
Jumping is not a solution.
Like how we can just
Harvey,
walk up this
an
sheer
aerial.
face.
Cool, now we can make contact with a mothership!
It looks like an ice skater with a broken leg. Well, Mrs. Antenna, let's get back to these electromagnetic fields you were talking about. Are
Jeez,
they
Gary.
in this room now? Can you communicate with them?
They are there. I swear they are.
I'm picking up plenty. Thank you very much.
At the same time, not far away,
Stay tuned for another mind-blowing story about people with big...
What the?
Oh, you ruined his TV.
Again. Why don't we get table here? So what? I'll just go back to watching the Looney Show.
Oh no, that's not good. Yeah, whatever. Oh, that's the other grate that was stuck behind.
What do you make of this, Harvey?
Damn grates! I hate them all!
This is the ventilation shaft I crawled through. Open sesame!
Stop using that same voice line.
I can't open it without my special tool. This is the ventilation. I can't.
So, we're gonna use a
I
toenail?
can't unscrew the grate with it.
Okay, need another toenail.
I admit that it's fun, but one is enough for now.
Do I have one still? I threw it. Oh, I thought I threw it.
Yes, folks, it's time once again for Edna Conrad and her dancing toenails. It loses some of its appeal trying to get in instead of out.
Yes. Didn't mean to use the comic on that, but okay.
In this panel, we see Captain Useless working as a surveyor. In this panel, we see Captain Useless fighting gravity. Watch out, Captain! It's sneaking up on you from behind! You must be joking. What? Looks like...
It's the same. Okay, can we use the comic on more?
In this panel, we see Captain Useless canceling his cable TV. In this panel, we see Handy Boy watering the flowers in the basement cave. In this panel, a hobo wipes the windshield of the Honkmobile. Watch out, Captain Useless! If he manages to draw a smiley face before the light turns green, you'll have to give him money.
Jesus.
In this panel, Captain Useless wraps a herring in the Daily Planet. In this panel, Handy Boy takes pictures at the site of the accident. Don't forget the scratch on the front bumper, Handy Boy. Never. This is a first issue.
Oh, it's not a panel thing, okay.
In this panel, we see Captain Useless winning the 3rd place in pole sitting. In this panel, Captain Useless gets his savings from his sock drawer. In this panel, Captain Useless saves the day from behind his desk. In this panel, Captain Useless saves a pilot from his ejection seat. In this panel, a hobo wipes the windshield off. Watch out if he manages. In this panel, Captain Useless is filing a complaint with the moving company.
We can't do it to him.
In this panel, Captain Useless catches up on his high school education in night school.
Just use it on everything, why not?
Although Captain Useless isn't known to tilt against windmills, he's definitely not a friend of them. In this frame, Captain Useless fights the dust mites of Dune.
Dust mites of Dune, okay, yeah, alright.
So typical. I sneak out of my cell, risking my life in the process, slither through claustrophobic chutes, fight against massive muscle men, just to get myself a comic book, and then I just sit in my cell to read? Sounds like a great plan.
It sounds like a perfect plan.
That would be a miserable consolation after all I've done to it. Hey, door! Do you want to read a bit?
Oh, yes, please, Edna.
I could lend you this highly amusing comic book.
Oh, please, please, give it to me. I get so incredibly bored in this forsaken cell.
My pleasure. I always like to share with friends. Wait a minute. Weren't you the door that kept blocking my way out? Then, you can forget about it.
Yeah, fuck you, door.
Hello?
What do you want?
Here's something for you to read.
Oh, thank you. Wait a minute. I already read this one.
Aww. I wonder why we needed to open this.
I should get rid of Holger first.
Oh yeah, I should close the door, shouldn't I? Question the door? No, we already talked to the door. He wouldn't. He was mean to us. Oh, I didn't do anything with this.
This pedestal looks out of place without the plant. In this panel, we see Captain Useless guarding the local library. This pedestal... Sorry about the plant.
If I were a Roman pilaster with an ornate capital, you wouldn't dare treat me like this.
Oh, I'll talk to him about the comic.
I could look at a
probably.
few yards, tops.
Oh. Okay, so I guess we're gonna get chased and we need to lock the person in here.
Hey!
Uh-oh, I better skedaddle.
Wait, you little brat! What's going on here? What's the big idea, walking around on your own? And how did you manage to get out of there? Let's go! Back to your cell!
Don't you want to hear my answer?
Foolishness! You'll have to get up earlier for that! Yep.
Locked us.
Okay, Houdini. I might not know how you managed to escape, but one thing's for sure, it won't happen again.
Okay.
Hey! Hello?
What is it this time?
No, so there's nothing to talk about
Let
now.
me out! This is an emergency!
Oh, is it?
Oh.
That's even.
Just for...
Yeah.
Alright. Okay, so then one of my... What do I do then?
Good idea! That way, I can turn the light on wherever I am. Oh no, it's attached. What a bummer.
Yeah, that was the mini golf guy. Yeah, if we go in the other side on it. Oh, I thought this way, so then we jump out the window. But I guess,
Lights out! Lights out!
it's already out.
Come on! That's the ticket! Lights out!
I want the lights to be
Lights
on.
Come on! That's the...
Oh, we'll try going the other way.
Hey!
Uh-oh, I better skedaddle.
I can't really open the door, like, once I click
Wait,
on it,
you
it
little
just...
brat.
You go in it. So, yeah, like, I can't open it and... well, he didn't chase us that time.
Aha!
Confused.
Caught ya! What's the big idea walking around on your own? And how did you manage to get out of there? Let's go! Back to your cell!
Don't you want to hear my answer?
Confused.
Foolishness! You'll have to get up earlier for that! Yep. Okay, Hootie, I might, but what?
Well, I'm pretty sure when I entered the room last time, I just, he just went straight in, but maybe
Hey!
I was too slow.
Uh-oh, I better skedaddle.
Wait, you little brat!
Yeah, I was probably too slow. Okay, so...
Princess Wiccy,
Oh.
this isn't the first
What's
game
going
in the
on
series
here?
SMH.
What's the big idea
Where are the
walking
new
around on
eyes?
your own? And how did you manage to get out of there? Let's go! Back to your cell!
Don't you want to hear my answer?
New Eyes is the
Foolishness.
second game.
You'll have to get up. Yep. Okay, but
Hello, Karma. And hello, Tyke. But yeah, Tyke, New Eyes is the second game.
hey,
Uh-oh,
wait, you little.
Okay.
all right.
What's going on here? What's the big idea
I don't
walking
know.
around on your own?
I don't know.
And how did you? Let's go.
Don't you...
Foolishness. You'll have to get up earlier for that. Yep.
No,
Okay, but
this one came out in 2008, and New Eyes came out in 2012? Well, this version of it didn't come out. This is from 2019. But the original version, this version was 2008. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here.
hey,
Uh-oh,
Maybe I need to wait for him to come in the room before I go out the window. No, he caught me.
What's the don't. You'll have oh,
Well, that's what I just tried to do. As soon as he walked in the room, we walked back.
Hey! Wait! What's the meaning of this? Come back here at once! You'll break every bone in your body!
Why don't you come and get me?
Well...
Oh, isn't that cute? Our mini-golf professional has a fear of heights. Coward! Coward!
Yeah, you just laugh. But eventually, you'll have to come down from there. And that's when I'll show you.
Alright, so we had to wait for him to turn up, being out here. That's a bit annoying, but okay. Bye.
Hey!
Uh-oh,
Whoa,
I better skedaddle.
Huh?
Wait, you little brat!
What?
Babbitt is in there. I better not get too close to him.
What do you mean Babbitt is in there? He's... What?
What's going on here? What's the big idea, walking around on your own? And how did that...
Don't you...
What?
Foolishness! You'll have... Yeah. Okay, but...
What? What the fuck? Well, that was confusing as fuck. It was in two places at once. What? Thank you. What the fuck was with that?
Hey!
I wonder if it's a bug with me,
Wait,
double clicking to fast transition.
What's the meaning of this? Come
What?
well,
Okay.
yeah, but and
So if I don't double click, let's see what happens. Oh, I've been gamified. There's no uns though. He has no music. We have like slow jazz going at the moment.
Hey!
Uh-oh, I better skedaddle.
Wait, you little...
Well, here we can rave, yeah.
What's the habit?
Don't...
You know what? Since we know that there's some weirdness in the anniversary, let's try it with as the old version.
Hey!
Uh-oh, I better skedaddle.
Wait, you little brat! What's the meaning of this? Come back here at once!
Those
You'll
animations.
break every bone in your body!
Why don't you come and get...
Well,
Oh, is cat...
yeah, but and
wonder, can I go the other way?
Babbitt is in there. I better not get too close to him.
Yes, he's in there. We're blocking him off.
Hey!
Uh-oh, I better skedaddle.
Wait, you little brat!
How the fuck are we meant to do this? What the hell?
What's going on? What's and how?
Let's don't.
Foolishness! You'll have to get up earlier for that.
Yep.
Okay, who? I'm but.
Okay. No, I don't. Hold on. It is a bug, but it's a weird bug. But
Hey!
I know what to do.
Uh-oh, I better skedaddle.
Wait, you little.
No, I'll show you.
What's the meaning of this? Come back here.
What?
Well,
Okay.
yeah, but and
It's a poorly executed sequence kind of thing. Because we're putting the pillar there, right? But we're not doing anything. So what we need.
Now the handle can't be pushed down anymore.
What the? Hey! What's going on? I'm still in here! Hello! Holgor! Dr. Marcel! Somebody!
Because we missed that step. Because you missed that step, he's able to teleport back here. It makes no sense. Yeah, that's pretty annoying.
A chair-like chair, and I'm not just being charitable. What do you make of this, Harvey?
I think it is a horse.
You think? The command line reads chair.
Just count the legs. It must be a horse.
The power of teleporting book by book, yes.
Well, my four-legged friend?
Woof.
Oh, clearly it's a dog, Harvey.
I'm sure there'll be even better chairs where I'm going. There's no time to rest now.
I got that achievement for escaping the padded room now, though.
In this panel, we see Captain Useless trying to remember the phone number of his carpenter. In this panel, we see Captain Useless breaking down an open door. This must be the door of my cell. I had imagined this side quite differently. What do you say now, door? I've escaped. Ha! It's sulking. Even though a door comes in handy time and time again, I can't stand this one in particular. Even though I can't... It's the same on this side. Locked.
Okay. Down we go.
In this panel, we see Captain Useless watching his neighbor parallel park. Look, Harvey, there's someone sitting there.
Oh no! And we forgot to bring popcorn!
There's a guard sitting in this room. He's staring at a wall of surveillance monitors.
Well, yeah, I don't know why he's not coming for us.
There's a guard sitting in there. If I scream loud enough, maybe he'll hear me. On the other hand, that's exactly what I'm trying to avoid.
Let's trash the whole place!
Yippee! Too bad. The screen is firmly attached to the room behind it. There's a guard sitting in this room. I'd better not draw his attention to me. Uh-oh. Someone's sitting there.
Is that you, newbie?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm the newbie. Who else?
Everyone else knows not to bother me right now. Listen, don't disturb me, okay?
Look, Harvey, an empty water dispenser.
I wonder who could have drunk so much water.
You don't say.
Yeah. You must really need to pee.
Why, it's completely empty. I wonder who could have drunk so much water. You don't... Bloop, bloop.
Blub, blub.
Empty. Empty. Why, no. Harvey is still in good shape. I'm not rummaging through trash cans.
Oh yeah? Since when?
Okay, I lied. Sue me. I just wanted to know how it felt to say that. There's a year's supply of soaked paper cups in there. Hello? Anybody home? Whoops!
Buzz off!
Hello, Oscar.
This is my trash can.
Did you see that too? Hello? Anybody home? Whoops!
Buzz off! This is my...
Did you? I'm not.
Oh yeah?
Okay, There's a year...
What was that? Copyright Hurtress. Okay. That was the name of an achievement.
Look, Harvey! The master key!
Yippee! And within reach too!
But it's still attached to his belt.
Yippee! A belt!
No, you don't get it. The belt is still attached to his pants.
Whoa! Master key, belt, and pants! It just keeps getting better!
But Bladder is still wearing the pants.
Halfway bladder! What more do we need?
Are you even listening?
Even, a wonderful, even, beautiful evening too!
Do we need to find... No, we didn't get any cups. I'm confused.
There's a year's supply of soaked paper cups in there. There's a huge selection. I'll take a particularly soggy specimen.
Okay, so we got a cup. So, I guess we need to find more water
One
to give
is
him?
more than enough. And if you ask me, already one too many. I'm not rummaging through trash cans.
Oh yeah?
Okay, There's a year...
Weird that she does the animation to pick up a cup, but then doesn't actually pick up a cup.
Never! This is a first issue. In this panel, we see Captain Useless looking
snuck
for
him out,
the
yeah.
men's room. Wouldn't you rather read something?
Don't get on my nerves.
TV junkie. Captain Useless watches Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Everyone has a right to dream.
In this panel, we see Handy Boy watering the flowers in the basement cave. Obviously, it likes the humidity in here. Oh, Flora, goddess of all sandal-wearing hippies, hear my plea.
What is your desire, mortal?
I would like to learn something about my roots.
Your roots have been badly twisted, but you already possess the truth you seek, Edna.
And you water the plant from earlier. Well, the cup's empty. And the water thing is empty.
Bulky and useless. I'll give it a pass if you don't mind. It's just decoration. In this panel, we see Captain Useless, desperately searching for his key to the basement cave. Captain Useless watching.
Everyone!
The TV is turned off. It's not exactly an appealing design. Don't they make these with flat screens too? What do you make of this, Harvey?
Yummy! Veggies!
I thought you...
Yeah, we heard that one already.
Look, Harvey, you can see the whole asylum from here.
I can see letters in the monitors.
You are one strange bird.
Crazy, maybe, but a bird? Cock-a-doodle-doo.
What do you make of this, Harvey?
We don't need that. We have everything under control.
This looks complicated. Warp Factor 5. Energize. That's big and heavy and wired with 1,000 cables. I'd rather leave it here if you don't mind.
Hands off!
Captain Useless has the ability to check his bank balance using only his mind. Oh, Captain, you look so sad.
I wonder why.
I'd rather not. He's still ignoring me.
Yeah, so bonk him on the head. Take the key.
I'd rather... He's still... There are rare occasions when a toenail doesn't help a bit.
Must be a very rare occasion. Oh, let's go. It would be interesting if we can only use that 10 times. Because we run out of toenails. Oh, we can go to the toilet now. Let's do the book first.
In this panel, we see Captain Useless, drying the hair of Handy Boy with his fire breath. In this panel, we see Captain Useless, cleaning his ultrasonic earplugs.
Imagine being the person that's been tasked with coming up with all these useless Captain Useless things.
In this panel, we see In this panel, we see Captain Useless struggling against the unkempt hair of his evil opposite.
Right, Harvey, let's go.
What do you make of this, Harvey?
What? The towels aren't cashmere? I ain't wiping my butt with them if they're not cashmere.
I recognize this from origami therapy. Will you let go of the towel already?
Come and get it.
That's not fair. It rolls right back into the wall.
Yeah, that's gross.
That's not fair. It rolls right back into the wall. Do you want to take a bath, Harvey?
Ew, no!
A typical sink, just like the ones in the catalog. Some time ago, I was sitting in a cell and talking to the walls. But after painstaking acts of concentration and wit, I have finally reached the men's room, and am now talking to the sink.
You think you have problems? Jeez, I am the sink.
My preliminary analysis says, if I take it with me, it will cease to function properly.
Water.
Oh no, it was already so soaked that the water tore it apart.
Fuck. Guess we don't get water that way.
Shall I wash you, Harvey?
Oh, sure. And after that, you can tie me in a pink ribbon and invite me to your tea party.
Soap, founder of civilization. Will you cleanse me from all my sins?
The cleansing you can achieve through me will only be of a superficial nature. To attain complete absolution, you have to drink blood, then slay the dragon, and finally exonerate the father.
Oh, Soap, it all sounds so easy coming from you.
Okay. Wonder if we're gonna put soap in something.
You're only as crazy as you feel. Look, Harvey! A reflection!
Why, if it isn't my evil twin from a parallel universe. I don't think he's spotted us yet. Let's set a trap for him.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the coolest of them all?
Oh my Edna, it is clear. You're the one, no other near. But what would show you really rock is if you opened up the lock.
What lock?
I wonder if they make these with different themes. I wonder how I look. That's strange. I somehow thought I was blonde.
Okay. Well, before we do anything, let's go get another cup.
This one is as soaked and filthy as the last one. And I bet it's just as useless, too.
Yeah, we'll probably need it for something.
What do you make of this, Harvey?
Yummy!
I thought
You always say the same thing for plants.
In this panel, we see Handy Boy watering the flowers in the basement cave.
He who holds the cups holds the power.
Rungo di planto.
What are you doing?
I'm talking plantish.
But Edna, in reality, plants can't speak.
As opposed to ragdoll rabbits. It's too big. And completely useless, too.
I just noticed you just can't see the items down the bottom corner.
It's just decoration. In this panel, watch out if he manages...
Yeah, we heard that one already. Heard that as well.
How's the family? Is Mrs. Window well?
Thanks for asking. But Mrs. Window and I are separated now.
Oh my! How come?
Don't ask. Don't ask. Her attitude is completely unclear to me.
No, that would cast an unfavorable light on me. It's locked.
Of course it's locked.
Captain Useless's headquarters, the basement cave. At the push of a button, the tactical console converts into a foosball table that's unfortunately missing its ball.
That's very unfortunate.
Captain Useless's greatest shortcoming. He can't blow bubbles.
I'll catch you later, Kuro. Have a good sleep, mate.
Handy Boy has the amazing superpower to make see-through coffee.
See-through coffee.
In this panel, we see Captain Useless In this panel, we see Captain Useless getting himself locked in a cupboard. In this panel, what if he In this panel, we see Captain Useless cleaning his ultrasonic earplugs.
You clownified me. You're off to sleep. Wow. Turn me into a clown and now you're running off. Catch you later, mate.
Look, Harvey. Is the sun rising or setting right now? I've lost all sense of time in my cell. Voice activation will be included in the next Windows version.
Will it?
We won't need any windows where we are going.
Not sure why we could open it. Must need to throw something out of it, maybe.
Shall I put you in this moldy old cupboard, Harvey?
Oh yeah, and after that it's your turn.
A plywood board hanging on hinges is blocking my view. I imagine it must be pretty depressing to be a cupboard door.
How do you figure?
Well, open, closed the whole day long and nothing in between. No shades of gray.
So consider this conversation closed.
It is tightly hinged. Look, Harvey, marmalade.
Bummer. My money was on preserved alien specimen.
Could be. I was just guessing, too. Ugh. Dried rhubarb compote. Rhubarb. Looks like it's dried, stuck to the cupboard.
Oh, jeez.
What for? To seal leaks in ships' hulls?
Yes.
Look, Harvey.
Bummer.
Could...
Okay, so it's the same.
Are you hungry, Harvey?
Not really. It feels like I've got a stomach full of cotton balls.
Do you want some granola, Harvey?
Eee! Healthy! Ugh.
In this panel, we see Captain Useless, using his superpowers to pick the banana slices out of his cereal. In this panel, we see Captain Useless deeply annoyed about sour milk. In this panel, we see Captain Useless mistakenly eating tiny Dr. Vegetabler for breakfast.
Oh, that's a bit of an oops.
Chocolate chunks. Ingredients: industrial foam and sugar. It says there's a surprise in the box. I better not establish an emotional bond with them. That would make it hard for me to eat them later on.
No, it wouldn't.
Vitamino contains the best ingredients from 3 hand-picked rabbit hutches. Hello, granola.
Hello.
A whole alphabet full of vitamins, and still at a loss for words. No, thank you. That sounds too healthy for me.
Did you know in theatre background characters like to say rhubarb to make the muttering noise of conversation in the background?
Did they?
No, thank you. That sounds too healthy for me.
Okay, so I guess we open this.
Hey,
Oh god.
there was a surprise in there. It's a brand spanking new authentic police badge with small parts that could be swallowed. Cool. I bet only the toughest cops get the small parts that could be swallowed. That doesn't work that way.
I wonder, can I use the comic book?
Do you want to read something?
Captain Useless and the quiche of I already
Don't give a... Legior doesn't stand a chance against Captain Useless.
Swallow the small parts, yes.
Captain Useless has a toenail ability too. He can do nice embroidery with it.
Oh, okay.
No, Edna, stop it! You can't scribble over Captain Useless's adventures. That would be disrespectful.
Also, hello, Ari.
Harvey? I think disrespectful is written with 1 S and 1 L.
What's that? Hey, this isn't wrapping paper. You should show more respect to Captain Useless.
Huh? How come?
Because respect is the force that gives Captain Useless his superpowers.
That doesn't work that way. In this panel, we see Handy Boy painting his toenails with invisible ink. Captain Useless has a special dispenser for paper cups on his belt. If you drink water from the Bazonko cup, it tastes slightly better.
Only slightly, though.
Captain Useless eats his cornflakes only with warm milk and sugar. Captain Useless doesn't have a badge. He's got a low-paying job at Greenpeace.
Wow, that's a dig at Greenpeace, huh?
That doesn't work that way.
Right, back to Harvey.
Do you want to take a bath, Harvey?
No, I already know.
Have you ever noticed that faucets have a certain phallic quality about them?
Edna!
Now that I've noticed that, I guess I'll have to die of thirst.
Poor Edna.
Hey, you creatures of the wet elements! Anybody home? Neptune? Nemo? Captain Crunch? It's firmly attached. Splishy Woodruff, 2-in-1 power gel. There are less subtle ways of telling me that I've got a dirty mouth. Mmm, splishy.
Yep, that sounded appropriate.
Mmm. What do you hope to achieve by this? Clean dirt?
Yes.
Harvey doesn't need any coffee. He's completely wound up as it is.
Nickety bickety nickety bickety nickety bickety nickety bickety. Cuckoo!
Coffee, coffee, heavenly brew. You lift my morning spirits anew. Coffee, black. Computer, blast! The replicator's on the fritz again. I might be a klepto, but stealing someone's coffee machine is pure barbarism.
Do it.
No filter. And more importantly, no coffee. What do you make of this, Harvey?
Yippee! Artificial coloring and chemical taste enhancers.
Ooh! Look, Harvey! Chewing gum! Do you have any gum for me?
I wouldn't be much of a gum dispenser if I didn't.
Yippee! It still works! Blah! Old and inedible.
Oh. Okay, well that's why we need the window open, I guess. It went out the window.
Yippee! It's... old...
What happens if we don't open the window?
Yep, it's... blah! Old...
Oh, this falls down. Okay.
What do you make of this, Harvey?
Throwing pointy objects at things looks like my kind of fun.
There's a picture of Dr. Marcel pinned in the middle of it. Bullseye!
Same to you, mate.
It's attached to the wall. Doesn't matter. It's useless without darts anyway. There are no darts.
Let's stab it with a broken chair then.
Bullseye!
We didn't get to see it. Oh, Transformer sound. Nice. We gave him what, an eye patch? Yeah. Guess that's it for this room, maybe. Nice patch. Let's go down. I guess that's what we need the key for.
Look, Harvey! Another door!
I hate every last one of them!
I wonder what Dr. Marcel is hiding in there. Open sesame! No reaction. Must have been the wrong...
It's gonna work one of these days.
If only it was that easy. It's locked. Look, Harvey, a lock.
I hate those things from the bottom of my heart.
Suppose I should use the comic book on
I
all.
hate these things. Open sesame. It's attached to the grate. Captain Useless has the right key for every door. But unlike me, he also has the time to try each and every one. In this panel, we see Captain Useless breaking down a...
Heard that one before. Ooh, this where we keep losing our memory.
In this panel, we see Captain Useless obtaining the temporary ability to give his adversaries electric shocks. In the next panel, we see him taking off his nylon costume again. In this panel, we see Captain Useless has the ability to... Captain Useless has the ability...
Okay.
In this panel, we see to give it in the...
Now, all the same. Okay.
What do you make of this, Harvey?
I don't think it would suit me.
I don't know, Harvey. It might look nice on you.
The Damocles sword of headgear. How's the family, Helmut?
Well, my cousin is in construction, and my brother joined the army. It's just me who's a bit of a slacker.
There are some hats I simply cannot wear. That works differently than a regular hat. I don't know how, but I don't want to find out. What do you make of this, Harvey?
This must be the captain's chair.
All right, Mr. Harvok, energize. Energy. It makes me a little uneasy. Do you have one last wish, Django?
I'd rather not be electrocuted if that's not asking too much.
Wouldn't you rather have some Pokemon collector's cards? I'll wait for the mobile version. I bet it even plays MP3s. This is not a piece of furniture. It's Dr. Marcel's brain liquefier.
Yep.
What do you make of this, Harvey?
We don't need that. We have everything under control.
Looks complicated. I'd like one Coke, a maxi cheese, hold the pickles, and a single serving of used oil fries. They're firmly attached. I'd need help from someone who knows his way around these things.
Just press all the buttons.
What do you make of this, Harvey?
Woohoo! A lever! I wonder if it disables the fireball trap in the second level.
This one controls the electric chair. Activate! Activate! Obviously it doesn't work that way. Maybe I need an expert.
Or you could just push it.
I better leave that to an expert. It doesn't work that way.
Well, that's that for this room. Down again, I guess. Oh. Dude, there's no phone.
Look, Harvey. I hate these things. Hello? Hello? No reaction. He's on the phone. Hello? Hello? No, he might misinterpret that. No,
You crazy too? Well, everyone crazy.
Hello? Hello?
Can't use the comic book on him either. Oh, downstairs again.
In this panel, we see Captain Useless cutting off Handy Boy's ear. In this panel, we see Captain Useless trying to remember the phone number of his carpenter. In this panel, we see... What do you think of this, Harvey?
Whoa! A bale of Galapagos turtles!
How can you tell they're Galapagos turtles?
They don't flee when you flail your arms wildly. I mean, they don't flee if you make the standard arm movement.
I'd sure like to see that.
The standard arm movement.
Galapagos turtles. These chairs create spinal irregularities, and because they don't sell very well, they are frequently used in doctors' waiting rooms and public facilities. Are you resting quite comfortably? No answer is an answer too, you know. I'd have taken it if it was done in lilac, but this, nah. This isn't the time or place to take a break.
When is then?
I can see a little girl in a whale's belly. Hold on, little girl in the picture. You'll manage to get out soon, and then you'll crush them. You'll crush them all. They shall taste your wrath. I don't like the motif. It reminds me of a little girl in the stomach of a whale. I can see a little girl in a whale's belly.
Do you? I don't. Vegetables again? Yep.
What do you make of this plant, Harvey?
It rhymes with pant. That's all I know about it.
Oh, you said something different.
Nice. Somehow plant-like. Grow, my little one, grow. Soon you'll spread all over this house and everything that's in it. I am a fugitive, not an interior designer. All in all, plants are rather useless. In this panel, we see Handy Boy. In this panel, we see Captain Useless pinning a picture of the Honkmobile to the bulletin board at the supermarket.
For what reason would he do that?
Look, Harvey, a bulletin board.
Yippee! This is my third favorite kind of board. Right after the entertainment software rating board and the Ouija board.
Right.
It's free choice day in the cafeteria today. Verbal notes just don't stick. A bit bulky, don't you think? I don't want to announce anything.
Okay, I need to be over a minute. Let's go to our cab. And we'll put some other music on. Where did the music go? The music's disappeared. Okay. Music's come back. Okay, I'll be not too long, hopefully. So you should go grab yourselves a drink and stuff if you need to. Okay, eyes returned. Sorry about that. Let's get back to the game. Thank you. Let's try this door.
Look, Harvey. This announcement says there are no spoons left in the cafeteria.
Well, don't look at me. I haven't used a spoon since I left that skiffle band.
It says that due to a shortage of spoons, giving them back is mandatory. The bulletin speaks for itself. No, this information is sorely needed where it is. That doesn't work that way.
Huh? What do you mean, that doesn't work that way?
Well, it says so on this bulletin. Down here, this doesn't work.
Strange statement, and with no information value.
Not everyone can have as much to say as we do.
Yep. Oh, it's got an achievement. Workers? Does this work on the lever or the bulletin? Oh, okay. Right.
In this panel, we see Handy Boy putting up some missing posters for Useless Cat in front of the basement cave. In this panel, we see Captain Useless cooking a soup from killer tomatoes. In this panel, we see Captain Useless fighting the Mustard Greens gang. Are you hungry, Harvey?
Not really. It feels like I've got a stomach full of cotton balls.
Captain Useless gets up to a lot of stuff.
Are you hungry, Harvey?
Not. It feels.
Ketchup. E001. Cadmium. Tomato substitute from uranium residues. Keep away from children. Ketchup is
Wow.
not food and should under no circumstances be eaten.
Yoink.
Mustard. E005, E007, benzoic acid, kerosene. Warning, highly inflammable. Only for use in cattle breeding or the army. I'm cutting the mustard all the time anyway.
Wow. We forgot to talk.
Hi, Ketchup.
Hi, Edna. Everything tomato?
I sure wish I had a V8.
Is this the same bulletin?
It says, today everybody gets their favorite meal.
Hot dogs! Yippee!
I guess it's different.
Look, Harvey, the bulletin says that it's free choice day today.
Oh, great! I choose a super laser!
I think this refers to food.
Even better! I choose a super laser made out of chocolate!
I don't know if that's gonna work, mate. Oh, can't talk to that
I don't
one.
want to lug this note around. No, I developed an allergy to origami.
Allergy to origami? Okay.
No,
Didn't mean to do that.
in this panel we see Handy Boy.
Okay. So we've got door and door now. Okay.
Captain Useless has the astonishing ability to dream in Dolby Digital Sound. The best, the greatest, the godfather of know-it-alls. What do you think of Ziggy, Bunny?
Shh! He hasn't spotted me yet.
Does that mean you're afraid of him, Harvey?
No, I still owe him money from the last poker night.
Oops.
Thank you, Ziggy. If it wasn't for you, there'd be no psychology. You might say, I'm here because of you.
Oh, hello, young lady. Will you come back to my house? I'll give you strudel.
That's very sus.
No, I don't want to take Dr. Freud. Sigmund will not let himself be used. Not by anyone. What do you think of young Harvey?
I think he's a dreamer. He's the Johnny Hidden-a-Clouds of psychoanalysis.
Didn't he invent the collective unconscious?
Yes, quite possible. I was there not long ago. The decor is bearable, and the music is okay. Other than that, entirely dull atmosphere. All you get there is archetypes with boring common psychoses.
The great analyst Jung. Hey there, I had this really crazy dream.
Little girl, it's my coffee break, if you don't mind.
I might fall asleep if I carry that around. I can feel his hypnotic dream gaze. Whoa. What do you think, Harvey?
Boo! Boo!
A stylized picture of Dr. Marcel.
Yeah, putting himself next to other famous people.
Ooh.
Yeah, boo.
I don't need it. I don't dare touch it.
Can we do that? Ah ha ha. Idiot.
I once dreamt that I was a pen. I scribbled all the walls of the world into rubble. I once dreamt that
Okay, what else we got?
In this panel, we see Handy Boy cleaning the buzzer plate of the basement cave.
I really wish I could move these items around.
Do you want to read, Captain? I don't. What do you make of this, Harvey? Group therapy for game designers. This is for the really messed up cases.
Yep.
What's up today, oh useful information sign?
Group therapy for game designers.
Oy, hardcore. The sign is attached with toenail-proof screws.
Toenail-proof screws? You invented those?
Yes, uh-huh. Okay, very informative.
Very interesting, Mr. Pokey. And this object interaction you were talking about, is this happening in this room right now?
Are you even listening? All of us in here are nothing more than...
Hold on a second. Yes, what can I do for you? Why don't you come a little closer? This is the group therapy session for video game designers. If you don't have a signed registration, you can't attend.
Where do I get this registration?
Where do I get this registration?
At this time, good luck with that. The forms were on display for months. By now, they have surely been buried somewhere deep in a drawer.
I didn't want to join in anyway.
In that case, I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
But...
And please shut the door on your way out.
All right, all right.
Sad.
Puh, who needs her?
That's everything here. Let's go. Let's go to the back door. Oh, Captain Useless, tell us your stories.
Captain Useless can dry cookware using only his heat breath. In this panel, we see Captain Useless burn himself on a death toaster. In this panel, we see Captain Useless cooking the nose of the vegetableur. In this panel, we see Captain Useless's X-ray silverware go crazy.
X-ray silverware, alright.
In this panel, we see Captain Useless cooking the nose of the vegetableur.
Didn't he already accidentally eat the vegetable?
Today is free choice day. Obviously, the chosen meals are arranged according to the seats. The order hasn't been made yet. Today is free hobby or.
Yeah, so we can't do anything with that yet, I guess.
In this panel, we see Captain Useless cleaning his. Interesting. So this is where the juice gets extracted from the cafeteria's veggies. Hey, you creatures of the wet elements! Anybody home? Captain
Heard that one.
My preliminary analysis says, if I take that with me, it will cease to function.
That's good. No, well, we actually turned the tap off for once.
There is a certain
How rare.
similarity.
Hey!
Asbestos-coated potholders. Hello, potholders. I once wanted to be a potter. Then I was kidnapped by a mad psychologist, who even went so far as to erase my memory, so I could never remember how to throw a pot. Maybe I could go to classes next summer.
Swiped.
Harvey doesn't need a towel. He's made of terry cloth himself. Towels schmowels. I've made it a principle not to talk to towels, unless they're made out of terry cloth. What's this? They've been secured to the background graphics. What's next?
Oh, let's break the fourth wall.
No, my hands aren't really dirty enough right now. Do you see this pot, Harvey?
Forget about the pot! We have our own thing cooking!
They say a watched pot never boils. Hello, pot. How's the soup doing?
Oh, you know, it runs hot and cold.
Yes. Mumble, lumble, 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 lumble. I'll take it.
It's yoinking everything.
Ooh, a cutlery cupboard! Now we can finally try my knife-throwing act!
Do I get to throw the knives? Or am I the one tied to the rotating target?
Both at the same time!
Oh!
Nice.
This is where the cutlery is usually kept. Hello? Anybody home? It's rattling, it's clinking, it's in a cutlery cupboard. What can it be? I know! It is an avalanche of shrapnel from the Andes! You have to watch out for those.
Totally have to.
Shouldn't we first look to see what's in there?
No, just take the whole cupboard.
Oh, great balls of fire! There's cutlery in there! Let's see. Now, what have we here? A knife. And a fork! This series of surprises just keeps on coming. What's this? Not one spoon? Where the heck are the spoons?
So did we get a knife and a fork? Oh, we did. Okay. But no spoon.
Ah! Today it's free choice day. The whole house is full of the smell of it already. Do you see this pot, Harvey?
Forget about the pot!
I can't talk to it. It's not really bite-sized now, is it? A bit bulky, don't you think? I'll cook my special little soup.
Ooh, okay.
Same category, different format.
Guess not. Maybe put the cereal
That
in there.
doesn't work that way.
Catch it.
Whoa, this is going to be yummy.
Or ketchup.
Whoa,
Mustard.
whoa, this is going to be yummy.
The pot.
I don't have to help along here. The dirty dishes will pile up all by themselves eventually. I prefer eating with my fingers.
Okay, let's go. so many places to go, huh?
In this panel, we see Captain Useless step into Useless Cat's litter box by accident. Captain Useless has the right button. Look, Harvey. It says welcome.
That must mean freedom lies beyond. All people should be welcome to freedom, after all.
Do you really have to wipe your feet before entering freedom?
No, not to worry. Freedom's like this big white carpet that absolutely anyone can soil.
It says welcome. The mat is laid out so you can read it when you go out the door. I wonder if that's supposed to be sarcasm.
Possibly.
And a very heartfelt welcome to you too, Maddie.
Did you call the doormat Mattis just now?
No, I called it Maddie.
Mattis? Like your father? Mattis?
Maddie the doormat. It's just a...
Is it possible you've been suppressing your desire to clean your feet on your father?
God damn it, Harvey.
Hey! Cut that out, will ya? Keys are never on the doormats in real life. But I'll make sure. Didn't I say so? No, I've worked hard for the dirt under my soles.
Okay, corridor. Oh, let's flip this around back here. Okay, let's go down the stairs. Actually, no. Let's go out this door first.
Uh-oh.
Hey!
Uh-oh.
It's prohibited to pass through here.
Oh, I have a badge. Not even here. You never seen me.
I'm not even here. You've never seen me.
Always the same witty remarks, Miss Edna? Maybe the doctor should be less thorough when erasing your memory. You always come up with the same old tricks. What else you got for me? You have a special permit? You're just visiting? Or no, wait. You're new here, right?
Yeah.
I'm fed up. Alarm! Patient on the run!
What's going on?
What do you think? There's a patient on the run!
Where are all the others? Aren't Babbitt and Holger around?
Isn't that something you should know? I've been sitting here all day. I don't know what else is going on, but obviously the whole building is in chaos since the doctor went out.
It's just, I've never dealt with an attempted escape before. Alright, I'll just put her in here with the others. That must be what I'm supposed to do. There, you stay here till the doctor is back.
Okay.
Something seems to have gone patently wrong here.
Yeah, maybe I should have went downstairs first.
What do you think of this lamp, Harvey?
It is an instrument of the light.
Like me. What? I'm an instrument of light, too. For example, the light ordered me to eat moths recently.
Hee! I still can't believe that old trick with the flashlight really worked!
This is a lamp. Let there be light.
It won't get any lighter, okay?
It's not exactly a flashlight. Broken. But why is it so light in here then?
Must be the graphic card.
Yep.
In this panel, we see Captain Useless running out of ideas.
Sounds about right.
I've got a present for you. It is Captain Useless and the Quiche of Death. It's a limited first issue.
Struggle Jug.
I see.
Struggle Jug.
In that short period of time?
Struggle Jug.
Wow. I should have known this wouldn't impress him. Isn't Drogglejug a fine specimen?
I'll admit that I'm a bit jealous.
Oh, what a man. I wonder if he has a girlfriend.
Poor Edna.
Hello.
Druggle Jug.
Is that your name?
Druggle Jug.
Am I not allowed in there?
Druggle Jug.
But I need to be granted an audience with the king.
Druggle Jug.
Too bad. What a guy. If only I could impress him somehow. I'm too shy for that. I'm too shy for that.
Will you be impressed with a badge?
Hold it. Paraornithological branch of the FBI Special Squad. Sergeant Edna.
Druggle Jug.
Of course I can show you identification.
Druggle Jug.
You bet. Can I have access to the king now?
Druggle Jug.
Cool. Thank you.
Oh, I guess that did work.
Well. My scouts reported that you'd be coming. A new power, they said, is on the rise in the eastern realm of the recreation room to overthrow me and my kingdom.
What are you talking about?
So, you managed to overcome my god. Poor, devoted Druggle Jug. I will avenge him with your blood.
What?
But woe is me. My hand is weak, for the weight of a sword is far too much for me to bear.
Have I been temple morphed into the wrong game?
Before you usurp what my dynasty has achieved through the years, my castle, my throne, and my gold medal from the jigsaw puzzle contest, you will have to defeat me in a mental duel. Are you prepared for the challenge?
A golden medal? Genuine gold?
Of course. And that's not all.
Why? What else?
Well, all right. Just genuine gold. Nothing else. What were you expecting?
I am ready.
So be it. Let the joust begin. There's no turning back now. It's all or nothing. Victory or defeat. Glory
No fucking idea what's going on.
or shame. Fish or cut bait.
You know how to create suspense.
I will ask you a question, and you shall give me the answer or perish.
All right. Just ask the question.
Well then, the question is heads or tails?
That's all? Heads or tails? That's the duel for the royal throne?
Heads or tails?
Heads.
Tails. Well, maybe you'll have better luck next time. Have you had enough?
I assume we're gonna do something to rig the game.
I want to try once
Probably.
more.
So be it. Heads or
Heads.
tails? Well,
Why must I always lose?
do not blame yourself. There was a time when I too had to endure the same misfortunes as you. I tell nary a lie. I was a regular misadventurer. But then I went out for a walk one night. On the roof of the tower, there was a thunderstorm brewing. I opened my umbrella as a precaution, and my feet were immersed in buckets of water when I noticed that the TV antenna was crooked. Immediately, I took it upon myself to rectify the problem. What I remember next is seeing a dazzling flash of light. What exactly it was, I cannot fathom. But after that incident, I've never been off the mark again.
Okay.
Well, I'll be gone then.
Cheerio!
Well, so much for perishing. Let me a stupid book.
In this panel, we see Handy Boy forced to sleep on the sofa again. There is a certain similarity between him and Captain Useless. There aren't that many superheroes with a pot belly and a mustache. There's another game here. Captain Useless. Car chase with the Honkmobile. What do you make of this, Harvey?
Ew! Board games give me cooties!
Wow.
Catch the frog. I suspect it was Dr. Marcel in the laundry lift with the mallet. Certainly not. It's all right that people think I'm crazy, but these games are for complete morons.
Wow.
I simply hate board games, and this is the stupidest collection I've ever seen.
That's very harsh.
Look, Harvey, a sofa.
How sad. Will you promise me one thing, Edna?
Yes?
Don't send me to the upholsterer if I ever run out of cotton balls.
You'll never run out of cotton balls. All the cushions and covers are missing.
Hush, little Edna, don't say a word.
I'm getting awfully tired all of a sudden. Too late. Obviously someone has already pilfered the cushions.
Looks like the cushions are on there to me.
I can relax later. What do you make of this guy, Harvey?
Why don't we have such cool get-ups?
I don't know. Maybe it's got something to do with human dignity.
That's what I mean. We are suffering from a terrible lack of dignity. Now, if we had tinfoil suits like he has,
we'd be the toast of the town. There's an old man with an aluminum cape standing at the window. Hello.
Hello, young lady. Wait. Stay there. There's no doubt. You're different from the others. Your aura is highly energetic. Who are you? Where do you come from?
Okay. Okay. Alright.
G'day. I'm your cousin Betty from Australia.
I don't have a cousin Betty from Australia. I only have a cousin Rugnelda from Vladivostok. But if she were to visit me, I'd have known ahead of time.
Because you're connected to her by a cosmic bond?
Yes, for one. Plus, you can hear birds plummeting to the ground before she arrives. They don't put much emphasis on hygiene in Vladivostok, you know. So, why do you lie to me? Who are you really?
I'm Brackna. I've come from the 3rd Zenobri of the Ugal.
I happen to know that Brackna is in bed with a fever. Why do you lie to me? Who are you really?
I'm Edna. I've come from the dungeons of a tower.
You have been incarcerated for a long time indeed. Your kismet is like a thirsty sponge that aches to suck itself full of freedom. But you haven't reached your goal yet. Keep at it, Edna. The days of your enslavement are numbered.
Wow, impressive speech, Gramps.
What brings you here, my child?
Who are ya?
Who are you?
My name ceased to be of importance long ago. The moment I inherited the wisdom of the cosmos, I decided to abandon all ties to my former existence. I am known as the Aluman now.
You loonies love to refer to yourselves only by your characteristics, don't you?
It's just easier to memorize.
What is it exactly that you're doing here?
I'm checking the flow of the chi for holes.
Why are you doing that?
Well, somebody has to do it. You can't just walk about with holes in your chi now, can you? The whole yin might be flooded by yang, and you can kiss the feng shui goodbye.
Why are you dressed that way?
The aluminum enhances my astral conductivity. This way I'm always in touch with the essential.
And the A on your chest?
That is not an A. It is the Earth Rune. It connects me with Gaia, the Earth Goddess.
And the diving goggles?
It protects me from chlorine. What did you think?
Well, of course.
Who lives in the cushion castle?
That would be King Adrian. Quite an interesting case. He got struck by lightning and developed certain abilities after that. In fact, his case supports some of my theories.
What theories?
What exactly are those theories?
I have developed a couple of theories regarding Adrian's case. After lightning struck him, he suddenly had psychic abilities. I don't know exactly how to name my theory. I'm considering psychokinetic conductivity through electric currents, electrostatic psi extension, high voltage precognition, or just fortune doesn't always favor fools.
What abilities are those?
He sees things before they happen.
Wow! No wonder he's your king. He must be very powerful then.
Indeed he is. He always wins at Chinese checkers that way.
Yeah, but in addition to that...
And at Scrabble.
But the possibilities...
You said it. The recreation room is full of board games. And Adrian wins them all. He even won the jigsaw puzzle contest. The prize was a medal of real gold.
Why do you call him King?
Well, that was the wager in a game of Yahtzee. We were naive enough to think we could beat him. B-Man had worked out a strategy. The ticket inspector developed a fail-safe system. Professor Nock supplied us with the medication. He had scraped together everything he could get his hands on for one whole year, just for the occasion. Petra even designed a special choreography for us to follow. Alas, it was to no avail. Well, we could have done worse. Imagine if Petra had won. Pilates every morning. Oof.
Yeah, can you help me beat him?
Help me beat him?
Who do you think I am? Mr. Miyagi?
Oh, please. With sugar and cream and a cherry on top?
Well, all right then. I have a radical idea how to level the playing field. But you won't like it.
Tell me.
Electroshock therapy.
Oh, fun.
What?
We'll give you electroshocks so that you can predict things as well.
I'm not sure.
We can meet at the electroshock therapy chair, and off we'll go. I'd need a better coat hanger, though. The inspector won't let me ride the laundry lift with this one anymore. What do you think?
I'm really not sure if I'd like that.
Take your time and think about it. When you're ready, just bring me a better coat hanger.
I don't have a better coat hanger though.
I've made a decision. I want the shock treatment.
Brave child. Get me a better coat hanger, and off we'll go.
Okay.
Let's talk about something else. Do you know a way out of here?
Outside and inside are just two aspects of the same circumstance. Like the two sides of a coin. Neither be inside nor outside, Edna. Just be.
Your coat hanger tells you all that?
Why no. It serves as an aerial to pick up cosmic oscillations. Plus, I'm keeping it handy just in case. An aluminum suit is very prone to wrinkling, you know.
Can I have the coat hanger?
Normally, I despise the concept of material possessions, but the coat hanger is essential to me, I'm afraid. For one thing, it is my aerial that connects me to the ethereal realm. I'm also keeping it handy just in case. An aluminum...
I have to get a move on.
Take care of your karma.
Okay. So we need a coat hanger. Jeez, lots of things.
In this panel, we see Captain Useless get totally lost. In the next panel, we see Handy Boy searching the glove compartment for the street map. Captain Useless has the ability to draw mysterious patterns on the edge of a Sudoku booklet. In this panel, we see Captain Useless exercising his right to call his lawyer.
Oh, Captain Useless is in trouble.
Captain Useless, like one of his more famous colleagues, uses a phone booth to change his appearance. That's why he doesn't like those modern open kiosks. In this panel, we see Captain Useless scrounging some loose change for the laundromat. You don't put things in there. Things come out. I hope.
You hope.
In this panel, we see Captain Useless finally buying a cordless, useless phone. In this panel, we see Captain Useless running out of ideas.
Yes, we need to get the phone off of that guy, somehow.
In this panel, we see Handy Boy forced to sleep on the sofa again. Look, Harvey, a sofa.
How sad. Will you promise me one thing?
Yes?
Don't say...
You'll never...
Yeah.
Somebody has swiped all the cushions. How's it going, sofa?
I feel so naked.
What do you think of this lamp, Harvey?
It is an instrument of the light.
Like me. What? For example...
Yeah.
A lamp. Oh, genie in the lamp, grant me one wish.
I'm listening.
Prevent the player from searching all items for hidden jokes.
Impossible.
Your wish would normally be my command, but the designers already asked the opposite.
Okay. Hey, wait a second. The lamp is connected to a wall plug by a cable. Now that's clever. 'Cause that way, nobody can steal it. It's bright enough in here. Look, Harvey, a little tray for change.
Wow! Look what's in there! Look!
Empty. Hey, shouldn't I get some change?
Nope.
Empty. What do you make of this, Harvey?
My secret bunny sense tells me that something's missing.
Damn, I wouldn't have known.
Ah, that's the crux of the matter.
What? Which crux? And of what matter?
The cable, stupid. It's been cut off. That's why the phone isn't working.
I see. I thought the phone wasn't working because it's on vacation.
Why? Why?
Not interested. I only date touchpad phones.
So many possible phone numbers and so few fingers to dial them all. Hello, phone dial. How's the revolving business going?
Pretty back and forth.
If I took this, I could hang it around my neck and start a career as a rapper. Or I could start the new religion of phonism. Then I'll be the Dalai Lama.
Oh.
What a terrible pun. I'm impressed!
Yeah, good work.
That didn't do anything. Do you have any spare change, Harvey?
I'm afraid not. I'm totally broke. Damn software pirates.
That's where you put coins. Echo!
Echo! Cow! Oh!
This coin slot works like a wishing well. You can only make a wish after you put in a coin. You put coins in there. You don't take them out. I need a coin. Look, Harvey,
Yes, a payphone. You don't have to show me absolutely everything. I have eyes too, you know.
No, I have to show you everything.
But they're only sewn on. A payphone! Finally! I can call my lawyer. If only I could remember his number.
You have a lawyer?
Doesn't matter. It's broken anyway. The receiver's missing. Not a chance. It's broken. The receiver's missing. Firmly attached to the wall, but that doesn't really matter. It's broken anyway. Dang.
Okay. How do I hit that bit? Odd.
Whoa! I really like that!
Yeah, me too, little buddy.
Let's give the face a mustache!
Come on, Harvey. So much expression with so few lines. A masterpiece. Talk to me, oh art.
Hello, Edna. This is the art speaking.
How art thou, art?
Your state of the art inquiry pleases me.
I'd rather leave it there. The artist seems to have had a hard life already, without someone running around and stealing his art.
So we're gonna deface it then?
No, this should stay clean and intact.
Ah, okay.
Whoa!
Yeah, me too.
Let's give the bird a mustache!
Come on, Harvey. Poetic and depressing at the same time. Hello, little birdie. What ails you so very much?
I want out of here.
I can certainly relate. I'd rather leave it. The artist seems to have had a hard without someone running around.
Okay.
Look, Harvey, a sign.
How could I miss it?
It's obvious, I know. I just wanted to point your attention to it.
I don't much appreciate the pompous tone in your voice.
Come on, Harvey. Cool your jets, will ya? I just wanted to...
What's with the jets now? If I knew anything about secret government programs, wouldn't I try to appear as inconspicuous as I can?
What? But you do appear quite inconspicuous.
There could be many reasons for that.
This sign couldn't be much less subtle, I'd say. Hello, sign. Do you have anything to say to me?
Turn to your right to reach the phone.
Thank you, my friendly sign.
Yes, very helpful.
No, I don't want to be responsible if nobody can find the phone anymore. I'm using this sign for orientation. The phone is to the right.
Okay. Let's go. Yeah, let's go on. Actually,
Look, Harvey. This announcement says there are no spoons left in the cafeteria.
Well, don't look at me. I haven't used a spoon since I left that...
So it's the same.
This reads, short, bring your...
Hi.
What do you think of this guy, Harvey?
He seems a little nervous, if you ask me.
Oh, this is the
He seems
laundry
to be
lift.
a little nervous, doesn't he? Hi there. He seems to be a little nervous, doesn't he? He's... In this panel, we see Captain Useless, fighting for house rules and justice.
What's that supposed to be?
My ticket for the laundry lift?
But it's not.
Oh, we need a ticket. Alright, that's going to be annoying.
What do you think of this bulletin, Harvey?
Of course you would.
This poster informs readers about the proper use of the laundry lift. It doesn't say anything about its practical use as a means of public transportation, though. These regulations don't apply anymore. Whoops.
Help! Murder!
I don't think these regulations apply anymore.
Oh, we didn't collect them? Inventory's bloody full anyway, by the looks of it.
What do you think of this guy, Harvey?
A control freak who looks like he can only count to 2. This ought to be fun.
Heavens no! A control freak! Hi there.
Tickets, please.
Tickets? I don't even see a train.
That's because there is no train.
So what do I need a ticket for? It doesn't make sense.
Hold your horses. The ticket is for the laundry lift system, of course. The laundry lift goes through the whole house. There are stops in the basement, on the 2nd floor, and here, on the 1st floor.
I want to buy a ticket, please.
That's a good one. Tickets are highly sought-after items in this house. There are only a handful available, and you'll be getting one only after hell freezes over.
Wow, how rude.
So how do I get a ticket? This is completely illogical.
The system is airtight. I made it myself, and it's foolproof.
So there simply must be a way to get a ticket.
There is. All contingencies have been accounted for. Everybody gets a ride when it's their turn.
But there isn't even a waiting line.
Wouldn't it make sense to go and look for it then? Instead of standing around here and blocking the line?
Whose turn is it next?
Number 2 will be next.
And who is number 2?
You better ask them that yourself. I'm not giving any information about passengers.
Wow.
Your system is totally illogical.
The system is as airtight as a submarine. It's always the next person in line who's up.
But it's my turn now.
In that case, it should be easy to show me your ticket.
Is there any way that someone besides the 3 people you mentioned can use the laundry lift? I mean, what about, say, ticket number 4?
Don't give me this modern mumbo-jumbo. We used the good old traditional numbers here. 1, 2, and, well, the 3rd one. The one which is neither 1 nor 2.
Yep, seems he can't count to 3.
Tickets, please.
Who is in possession of a ticket, if you don't mind telling me?
There are lots of tickets in circulation. Mr. Frock has one. He holds a season ticket, and he's our most frequent customer, which means he lives in the laundry lift. Professor Knock has another ticket. He often visits his Peruvian amber mines, meaning the ones found on the ground floor. Aloman has the 3rd ticket. I'm considering withdrawing it. He doesn't use it according to the rules.
Okay. And who else owns a ticket? You said there are many tickets circulating.
Yes, why? Isn't that a lot?
What's the problem with that nervous guy in the corner over there?
And don't pay attention to him. I've been yelling at him to stop being so nervous all the time. But do you think he'll listen to me?
Maybe the man would be less nervous if you stopped yelling at him.
What? You mean he acts like that because of me?
Maybe.
Now that is... Hey, you! You'd better act as if I wasn't here. Otherwise, I'll come over there, and then it's ass-whooping time.
Useless.
Hi there.
Ticket.
Do you know how I can get out of here?
The exit is situated at the front of the ticket punching area.
No, I mean all the way out.
Yes, I understood that. You use the back door there. The door at the front of the ticket punching area.
But I mean even further out.
When you walk through that door, you're all the way out. Nothing beyond that door belongs to the laundry lift system.
Right, but suppose I want to go even further than that.
Ah, I see. You're talking about the cafeteria, right?
Hopeless.
I give up.
Very hopeless. Yes, very much give up. Let's
I'll
go.
be going then.
Please keep the ticket control area clear for the others while you're at it.
Get the fuck out of here.
I wonder what this is for. Light. Hey! Hello? Seems to be broken.
Maybe we have to press this one.
Surprise!
Oh.
Oops.
Oops. Indeed. Okay, now we should be right for a little bit.
Are you hungry, Harvey?
Not really. It feels like I've got a...
Bean dip. Conveniently served right in the bathroom. Very economically planned out. They say, beans, beans, the musical fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot. Oh, that's nice.
Oh, swiped.
Look, Harvey. Finger food.
Oh, that's just great. Thank you so very much.
Oh, sorry, bud. I always forget that you don't have fingers.
Or Harvey.
In this panel, Captain Useless is farting the Star-Spangled Banner. In this panel, we see Captain Useless secretly stuffing roast beef down his invisible inner pocket. In this panel, we see how the energy company disconnects the basement cave from the power grid. Presumably, Handy Boy will have to advance the money for the electrical bill again.
It says there's chips there, but we can't because Petra's in the way.
I don't think it's very appealing to put the finger food right next to the toilets. Hello, you appetizers.
Hey, we heard those quotation marks.
I don't want to take it all at once. I can't eat in the bathroom. It's a kind of thing I have. In this panel, we see Captain Useless fighting the cheerleader mafia. Watch out, Handy Boy. They're spelling pain.
That's no good.
What do you think of this one, Harvey?
Nurgle biggity biggity, fuddly fuddly flop.
You can't stand her either, can you?
If you can't say anything nice about a person, just make something up.
Hello, Electrip. How are you doing?
She's completely wound up. Well... Who are you?
I'm Petra! Give me a P! Or You know what? You can keep the pea.
Thanks.
What are you doing here?
What does it look like? I'm throwing a surprise party!
Where are the other guests?
Hello! It's a surprise party! What kind of surprise would it be if everyone knew about it?
Right.
You didn't have to do that.
The party is not for you. Today is the birthday of Peter. Oh, but please don't tell him the party is here. It's supposed to be a surprise.
We'll see about that.
You have to promise you won't tell him.
Okay.
Nope.
Promise?
No.
All right, I promise.
Swear it.
I swear.
Cross your heart.
Fuck off.
Okay.
Cross your heart and hope to die.
I swear it, okay?
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
Interesting choice of venue.
What do you mean?
Don't you think more people would come if it wasn't in the bathroom of all places?
I don't know. It is a surprise party after all. And what could possibly be more surprising?
Surprising doesn't do it justice. Appalling or absurd. That's more like it.
Oh, yeah? So, where would you have thrown the party?
How about the bar?
That's out of the question. Peter's been sitting there all day long, crying into his drink, and it's supposed to be a surprise party. He's a little touchy when it comes to his age. I hope the party can cheer him up a little.
How about the break room?
Huh? No! We never go in there anymore. 3 people vanished there once. They were actors. I think they were auditioning for a play. They were never seen again.
How about the TV room?
No! I loathe parties where everyone just hangs around in front of the tube.
How about the recreation room?
That was my first thought, too. But King Adrian was opposed.
King Adrian?
He rules the lounge. He is a wise and just king. And rumor has it that he's psychic.
It's annoying.
He rarely receives visitors, though, I'm afraid. His right-hand man, Druggle-Jug, is as tough as he is attractive.
Any room would have been better.
I like it here.
If you like it.
Do you know a way out of here?
Why would I want to get out of here? There's always something going on in here. The people are nice. Plus, you don't have to feel embarrassed about anything in here. If you forget to put your pants on, nobody'll notice. If you want to get out of here, you'd better talk to Emilio. If you can find him, I believe he's currently working on a tunnel. If you get really desperate, you could talk to the Keymaster. But I'd only do that as a last resort if I were you. That guy is dangerous. His solitary confinement cell is on the 2nd floor, though. So you'll have to wait until after lunch. We're being escorted to the dorm then, you know.
Keymaster, huh?
Oh, Emilio, we've seen he's dead.
Keep on celebrating.
Oh, I will. Oh, yeah. Turn the lights off on your way out.
We'll see.
You're not gonna go away?
Look, Harvey, a light switch.
Careful, it could be a trap.
Are you hungry, Harvey?
Not really.
These are exceptionally crumbly ones. When the big cheese is talking, the crumbs are to remain silent.
We're really bright, even though there's no light.
In this panel, Captain Useless has to eat a bag of chips without waking Dr. Yo.
Yoink. Swiped. Hang on to turn the light on if I can leave.
Surprise! Oops.
There.
Could you please turn off the lights before you go?
No.
Do it yourself.
Oh, she did do it herself. We're not really progressing much, are we? We're just going around everywhere.
In this panel, we see Captain Useless breaking through the big screen. In this panel, we see Captain Useless folding a disposable boomerang. The secret entrance to the basement cave is hidden behind a bookshelf. Unfortunately, the doctor has advised Captain Useless against heavy lifting.
Well,
That's why he's recently only been using the not-so-secret front door.
Yeah, that's a bit stupid. Oh, we just got an achievement, huh? Captain Useless knows what to do. Okay. Does that mean I don't have to use the book on everything anymore? But we have to. We need to know about
No, Edna,
Captain Useless.
stop it! You
No?
can't cut up Captain Useless's adventures! That would be disrespectful!
Why?
Harvey? I think disrespectful is written with one S and one...
Ha! Who's reading the subtitles anyway?
We are?
In this panel, we see Captain Useless and Handy Boy drawing a treasure map.
B-Man, huh?
In this panel, we see Captain Useless fighting the Queen Bee. Captain Useless has the ability to draw mysterious patterns on the edge of a Sudoku booklet.
We heard that one already. Is that, Yeah, alright. Back to Harvey, let's go.
Look, Harvey, a fresh canvas.
Quick, let's muck it up! Muck it up! Whoa, kill it!
Kill it?
Kill it? Harvey, it's just an easel.
Phew, that's a relief. I thought I read weasel in the command line.
Some artists, apparently, talk to their canvases. I wonder if they ever got any interesting answers. Do you want to be creative or play an adventure game? Do you want to be No,
well,
thank you. I'm not into occupational therapy.
I keep getting told to do art streams, but yeah, that's never happening.
Shall we draw dirty cartoons?
Nah. Your dirty cartoons always look like pretzels.
Oh yeah, pretzels.
Behave yourself, Harvey. White and flat. This must be paper. What for? It won't listen anyway.
You won't know unless you try it, no?
No, thank you. I'm not into occupational therapy. No, thank you. What do you think of this shelf, Harvey?
I can't stand it. Let's knock it over.
Ugh, damn. Too heavy.
We'll have to find something else to knock over then.
This is all junk from occupational therapy. Nothing here appeals to me. No, thank you.
I guess we'll probably take the scissors.
Shall we play appendectomy, Harvey?
Only if I get to be the doctor.
In that case, forget it.
No, we get to be the doctor.
Someone has scribbled "Beware of Frank" on it. Strange.
Very strange.
Nah, I'm not in the mood for its snippy attitude.
Yoink.
Look, Harvey, crayons.
Cool. How many are there?
2.
Aw, not nearly enough radioactivity to mutate me into a giant monster rabbit. Keep on searching. Tokyo's next trampling can't wait forever.
Oof.
Now that's fitting. Bee-Man with wax crayons. Do you also get a waxy feeling in your mouth sometimes in the morning?
Yoink 'em? Yeah, yoink.
Excuse me,
Oh, no,
I
can't yoink
still
them.
need them.
Let's use this first and then we'll talk to him.
Whoa! I really like that.
Yeah, me too, little buddy.
Let's swipe it.
Oh, Harvey, then it would be ruined.
I'm warning you. The player won't like that very much.
If they understand everything that's going on here, they're beyond help.
We need it.
This is art. This piece of art is really appealing to me, yet it mocks me at the same time. It is very tempting, but this is exactly what such art is all about. The angrier I get at my own understanding of the need not to swipe the key, the deeper the genius of the work becomes. And the more I realize I can't take the key, the madder I get as a result. My standing here and agonizing makes me part of the artistic experience.
If you say so.
What do you make of this guy, Harvey?
I don't see anything unusual about him.
Something strikes me as odd about this guy. I just can't really put my finger on it. Hello, Bee-Man.
Hello, stranger woman.
You can call me Rebecca, the relentless revenger from Reno.
As you wish, Rebecca.
Actually, the name is Edna.
Pleased to meet you, Edna. Who's your little friend?
That's Harvey. He's helping me to escape.
Hi, Harvey.
Cool getup, buddy.
Do you know a way out of here?
A speedy mental recovery comes to mind. That, of course, almost never happens. Maybe that's because the criteria of mental health are subject to Dr. Marcel's judgment. And to be honest, who would admit to his own customers that their demand has been fulfilled?
That's quite cynical for someone in a bee suit.
Anyway, some of us loonies use the old laundry lift system. The unauthorized changing of floors is possible that way. The laundry lift to freedom is yet to be built.
Well, that's us.
Why are you locked up here? You seem to be wise and balanced.
I have a theory. I think it has something to do with my clothes. Men in bee suits have a bad reputation.
Where do you think the bad reputation of the bee look stems from?
There's no question about that. The media. Men in bee suits are generally represented as the laughing stock. And the main culprit? Children's animated films. Animation movie authors are basically mounting a campaign against us. The Mexican in The Simpsons, Charlie Brown in Peanuts, or Bumblebee from Transformers. Men in bee suits are the clowns of the media.
Yeah, that's pretty mean.
Why are you wearing a bee suit?
To show solidarity with other men in bee suits. To open the world market for the insectoid garment as conceptual performance satire. To boycott the fashion industry. And finally, to express my admiration for those hard-working honey collectors.
Admit it. You lost a wager.
I lost a wager.
Why do you have such big ears?
All the better to eat you with. And as a valve for my exceptionally high output of earwax, I'm afraid.
Exceptionally high output of earwax? Yuck!
Yes, it is no picnic.
I don't think it should be used in the same context as picnic at all.
This overproduction is some kind of an allergic reaction with me. I'm allergic to hot beverages. I could still use a good cup of coffee right now.
Guess we need to get him a coffee.
Are you drawing anything in particular?
I'm still waiting for inspiration. A sip of coffee would surely be of help. but I'm ashamed because of my allergy.
That's nothing to be ashamed of.
My allergy leads to an
Oh.
Alright.
I'll be going then.
Go ahead.
So we know where the coffee maker is, we've got a cup, but there's no filter or coffee, so we still need to find that stuff. Ah, it's the bar. Jeez, so many fucking doors.
Captain Useless's headquarters, the basement cave. At the push of a button, the tactical console converts into a foosball table that's unfortunately missing its ball. In this panel, we see how the energy company resume.
Yeah, we heard that one.
In this panel, we see Captain Useless ordering a martini, neither shaken nor stirred. Every time Captain Useless eats kryptonite, he suffers from depression for days afterwards. Captain Useless never drinks while on duty. On the other hand, he's very rarely on duty. To be blatantly honest, he's jobless and lives on welfare. In this panel, we see Captain Useless pouring his used oil into the Gulf of Mexico. Obviously, he didn't notice that someone was drawing him in the act.
Oof.
Hey, don't touch that. That's the only spoon I could find in the whole house.
Very big spoon.
In this panel, we see Captain Useless running out of ideas. In this panel, we see Captain...
Yeah, heard that one. Another one we can't get to. Oh, it's up here. Okay.
The secret entrance to the basement. That's why...
Yeah, we heard that one. Back to Harvey. Let's
Shall
go.
we pitch in for a game of foosball, Harvey?
Okay. Swing, batter, 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 swing!
Foosball, Harvey? Not that kind of pitching.
I see. Strike!
Harvey, you're hopeless.
Am I? Really? Like the Chicago Cubs?
No, he's just a complete fucking idiot.
A broken foosball table. Now I see why the loonies think this is a bar. You all play like you have broomsticks up your butts. If you want to move foosball tables, you should play against meta games. It's broken, and there are no balls. Now I see why the loonies think this is a bar. What do you make of this, Harvey?
I believe it is a jackal.
More like a donkey.
Let's settle for a jackass.
Jackass? Come on, that's rude, Harvey. Why do depressed people always have to sit so high up? Norm, how's life?
I could tell you stories. Though I'm afraid all of them involve beer.
I'm not drunk enough to start a bar brawl now.
The day is young.
That's right. It's the
There's
start
no
of the
time
day.
to rest now. Look, hard.
Careful.
I wonder what this is for. Light! Seems to be broken.
Cut that out, please. I need the darkness, so I don't have to see the world around me. It depresses me.
Poor Peter.
It's attached to the wall. Would you like to order something, Harvey?
Champagne for all.
After we've escaped, okay?
Yippee!
The choice is rather limited. Except for the stinky drink, everything has been crossed out. What'll I have? What? There's only the stinky drink?
Only stinky drink. Swiped.
What do you think of the neon sign, Harvey?
It is an instrument of the light.
Like me. What? For... Ooh, this is so 80s. You are so 80s. Why? I don't want to open an internet cafe.
Are you sure?
Ooh, this is...
Do everything else before we talk to the people.
What do you think of this shelf, Harvey?
I can't stand it. Let's knock it over.
Ugh, damn, too heavy.
We'll have to find something else to knock over then.
Edna needs to start doing some
Those are
weights.
not spirits. Those are detergents. Well, I guess most of them contain a fair amount of alcohol anyway. What is this shelf trying to tell me? Nothing. This is not a self-serve facility. This is not a self... Look, Harvey, a barrel.
So let's go and find the rest of the gun and some ammunition.
Ha 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 ha.
This is where the barkeeper mixes his drinks? Whatever demons dwell in there, I'd better not wake them. I'd rather not. I like the tips of my fingers where they are. I'm afraid my retina might detach if I get too close.
Guess that means we can't put it in the cup.
I'd rather not. I'm afraid it might dissolve in there.
Probably. Okay, talk to you first.
What do you make of this guy, Harvey?
I'm trying to figure out where he's looking.
Considering that space is curved around mass, it's possible that he's looking at a point behind the Horsehead Nebula. And considering his expression, someone must have painted the horse green. Whoa, this guy is pretty creepy. Barkeep, one drink, please.
I'll be with you in a minute. I'm still serving this gentleman here.
But he already has a drink.
Don't tell me my job.
Well,
I'd rather not. He might take me in response. Take me apart, that is. Barkeep, one drink.
I'll be...
But he...
Don't...
I'll...
No, stop.
Don't...
Alright, next.
What do you think of this guy, Harvey?
Seems to be an exceptionally dull dweeb.
He seems really depressed. Hey, you.
You need to go to the bathroom, mate.
I'm Edna. Who are you?
Hi, Edna. I'm Peter.
Really? What parents call their child Peter? How old are you anyway? Nobody's named Peter nowadays. My. What an exceptionally ugly name. I'd kill myself if I had a name like that.
Damn, Edna.
I mean, it isn't that bad. The name might be ugly, but it becomes you in a way.
Just keep digging that hole.
Is there something wrong with you?
Something wrong doesn't even begin to describe it. It's my 40th birthday today. Yet one more year, one more decade on the odometer. My life really can't get much worse.
You have a bipolar disorder, right?
The doc calls it that. Yeah.
And what do you call it?
I call it Peter.
I know this, Phil.
I could try to cheer you up a little.
You might as well try. I don't see how that could make things worse.
Let's start with this one.
It's a beautiful day and the sun is shining. Well, okay. That doesn't help you a great deal in here. You are locked up in here after all. So you can't share in all the great activities people can do on the outside. But maybe it helps to bear in mind that everyone else is having fun. Because unlike you, they can do whatever they please. And let's be honest here. They're probably happy that you're not with them. You're not exactly the life and soul of a party. I've lost the thread just now. What was I driving at?
You wanted to cheer me up.
Oh yeah, right.
Who gets locked up in a mental asylum for bipolar?
At least you're still alive. That doesn't go without saying at your age, you know? You're entering a phase in your life where the only way is down. The good times won't return. And you might as well forget about all the achievements you haven't made by now. You've missed that boat, Peter. From this point on, it's going to get permanently worse.
Edna's really good at this.
I've lost the...
You wanted...
Oh, yeah. At least, you've got your health. Still, the decline will happen inevitably. You might as well be happy that at least the machine is still ticking away satisfactorily. Because that's what the body basically is. Not much more than a machine. And every machine ends up in a junkyard eventually. Of course, there's a long phase where you try to keep it running. A little fix here, a little repair there, but still, it's inevitable. It's better to not even try. No machine is designed to last forever, and you need to recognize the point where it's merely a nuisance to all.
Yeah.
You wanted to cheer?
Oh, yeah. So, this man walks into the docks. Well, the man is approximately your age, so that's old. The doc says, Peter, you won't be around much longer.
That wasn't the whole joke, was it?
What joke? I only wanted to gently prepare you for what's coming soon.
This is not exactly encouraging.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Edna, you're so mean. So mean.
Your problems are completely irrelevant in a cosmological context. To be more precise, you are irrelevant from a cosmological standpoint. I mean, what good does your existence do to anybody? And who will care when you don't exist anymore? Have you ever done anything that will leave a lasting effect? What is there that will last anyway? Nothing. Even the pyramids will crumble and fall eventually. In the end, all is futile, and all you ever struggled for, poof, just hot air. What I'm trying to say is, well...
You wanted to cheer me?
Oh, yeah.
Yep, give up.
I give up. You're simply too hard a nut to crack.
Thanks for your help.
Don't mention it. Do you know a way out of here by any chance?
There is no way out. Not out of this building. Not out of this skin of mine. Not out of this life.
Yeah, let's tell him.
Petra's having a surprise party for you in the bathroom.
I know.
Don't you want to go? I think she went out of her way to do it.
Not even wild horses could drag me there. Why do you think I'm hiding here? Petra, with her constant high spirits, is more annoying than a bag of crab lice. At least crab lice keep their mouths shut.
This is true.
I'd better leave you alone in your despair.
Right. Why should anyone want to keep me company?
You're right. I don't know either.
Well, no helping him for the moment. Oh look, another cup.
Look, Harvey. Someone wrote, "Beware of Frank" on the cup in mirror writing.
This really is a loony bin,
said the ragdoll rabbit.
Back to the adventures of Captain
In
Useless.
this panel, we see Captain Useless sending Handy Boy off to make some coffee. Someone has scribbled, the coffee. Don't you understand? The coffee.
So that was another? It is. Okay.
Captain Useless has the astonishing ability to quit smoking 3 times a day.
How
In
useful.
this panel, we see Captain...
Yeah, we know this one.
You don't put things in there. Things come out. I hope. In this panel, we see Captain
Heard that one too.
In this panel, we...
Okay. We're getting lots of repeats for Captain Useless now. Sadly.
What do you think of this, Harvey?
Whoa! A bale of Galapagos turtles!
How can you...
They don't... I
We
mean...
heard this one too.
Wow. This isn't exactly Shangri-La. Invisible Man? Is that you?
Who else could it be?
I don't want it. I gotta keep on moving, gotta keep on grooving. Do you have any spare change, Harvey?
I'm afraid not. Damn.
Yeah, you're broke.
That's where you
Suffer
put
pirates.
coins. Echo!
Echo! Cow! Oh.
This coin slot works like a wishing well. You...
Yes, yes.
Whoa! The smell of cold cigarette butts.
Have you started smoking again, Harvey?
No, I just gave up lying.
This is supposed to be an ashtray? Looks more like a belly trainer for constrictor snakes. How pathetic. A bit bulky, don't you think? I'll start smoking after I've escaped, I promise.
Okay. If you think you need to.
I know! Finally, the water cup is of use! All we have to do now is...
Give it up, buddy. This ashtray has no other function than stubbing out cigarettes in it.
Is that true?
I know! 3 words. Cup, Madagascar, and...
Give it up, buddy. This ashtray has no...
Oops.
Empty. This is a coffee chute, not a coal chute.
We'll put a cup in there? Oh, we can. Alright, so we need some money. You take the beans.
I've got something for you. This will get you back on your feet in no time.
I doubt that.
Now can I have a drink, mate?
Barkeep, 1 drink, please.
Of course, my dear. What will it be?
Grog,
A
please.
grog, please.
We don't serve that anymore.
What happened?
Funny story. There was this guy who found out the stuff eats through metal. He used it to melt the bars of the railings out front.
Sounds like he was quite the daring adventurer.
Yeah, kind of a nice guy. Of course, he was completely nuts like everybody else in here. Wanted to become a pirate or something. Too bad about him.
Hi, Guybrush.
Did he escape?
I'm afraid not. Dr. Marcel broke both his shins. Then he locked him up in a cell where he starved miserably.
Oh.
That's pretty harsh.
Barkeep, 1 drink, please.
Of course.
Coffee.
A coffee, please.
It's not on the menu.
Barkeep,
Glass
a
of water.
glass of water, please.
It's not on the...
Barkeep,
This one.
a biggity-buggity-boo, please.
It's not...
Barkeep,
1 walkthrough,
1
please.
walkthrough, please.
Yeah, you would like one of those, wouldn't you? It's not on the menu, though.
Well, that's cheap.
Barkeep, a
Stinky drink.
please.
1 stinky drink coming up.
That's cute. With a little umbrella. What's that funky smell? Did somebody die suddenly?
Oh, we got a straw. Book, please. Thank you.
When Captain Useless drinks alcohol, he can shoot cotton balls from his pupils.
That's very helpful.
You can't get a straw in between places that Captain Useless has dealt with.
Okay, let's go. Alright, so done all these places. I guess we go out here then. Ah, there's the guy with the phone. Let's go in here first. Oh, hello, guy behind the chair.
In this panel, we see Captain Useless running out of ideas.
Do you want to read this comic book?
Captain Useless? Is it by any chance the issue where he fights against Dr. Yo's lactobacillus?
No, it's the quiche of death.
Ah, the quiche of death was a good one, but frozen yogurt is still my favorite.
In this panel, we see Handy Boy emptying the ashtrays of the basement cave. In this panel, we see Handy Boy.
Yeah, heard that one. Continue on.
In this panel, Captain Useless, what? In this panel, presume. In this panel.
Wait. I think we might stop doing Captain Useless. He's getting to be useless.
What do you think of this lamp, Harvey?
It is an instrument of the light.
Like
me, blah blah blah, moths.
I've always wondered if lamp designers are rejects from the International School of Ugly. This lamp is certainly proof of that. Come down at once, you ugly gnome. His disobedience irks me. I have the urge to tear something apart.
I do have scissors.
No! This gnome will not be included into my inventory.
No, we don't want to be famous. Goodbye. Okay.
What do you think of this, Harvey?
That's an exceptionally unattractive humpback whale.
It's an armchair, Harvey. A wingback chair, to be precise.
Oh, well, how was I supposed to know? It's not my fault it's gargantuan and horribly disfigured. Anyone could have made that mistake.
There's someone crouching behind the armchair. Hello. Hey, you don't have to hide from me.
How can I be sure? You could be a velociraptor in disguise.
This is true.
I'm Edna.
I am Professor Knock. Pleased to meet you.
What are you doing back there?
I am doing research in the field of paleontology.
Behind the armchair?
Where else would I be? You won't find a prehistoric skeleton lying in the middle of the room. It would have been recovered a long time ago.
That makes sense. Are you one of those mad scientists?
I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? The youth nowadays. They see a man with white hair crouching behind an armchair in an asylum, and they jump to the mad scientist stereotype at once.
Yeah, how
I'm
dare
sorry.
us?
I didn't mean to insult you. May I please change the channel?
By no means. I need to know how this ends. The fate of mankind depends on it.
The dinosaurs become extinct.
That can't be. They're just pretending to lull us into a false sense of security. I wonder what they're up to. Are they secretly planning to melt the polar ice caps? You can change the channel. I need to make preparations.
Oh, well, I
Hello.
haven't finished talking to you
Hey,
yet.
you don't have to hide from me.
How can I be?
Do you know how I can get out of here?
Of course I do. I always use the laundry lift to travel to my Peruvian amber mines.
The laundry lift goes all the way to Peru?
Of course not, silly. You have to transfer at the continental shelf in the Sonoran Desert.
Can I have your ticket?
Do you know anything about Dr. Marcel?
More than most. Did you know that he has a dark secret?
I knew it! I knew it!
Yes. He's breeding dino-human hybrids in his secret facility on Jupiter.
No, I didn't know that. Can I borrow your ticket for the laundry lift?
Don't be preposterous. I can't do that. I've got to get to my Peruvian amber mines to recover dino DNA.
That's too bad.
It is. We need that ticket.
How's research coming along?
Quite satisfactorily. The only things missing are a couple of dino genes for my secret breeding program, if you get my drift.
That sounds exciting. How does one breed dinos?
Oh, do come on. Everybody knows that. Ah, dinosaurs hatch from occlusions in amber.
Okay.
I'll drop by again later.
If the world still exists, then, is what you mean to say.
Yeah, give or take 10 minutes. Look, Harvey, an ashtray.
Are you sure? It could also be the Queen.
No, look closer. See the wrinkled surface?
Oh, yeah.
And this lack of expression, the haggardness, the ashen color tone. The statesman-like attitude and the ever-sagging corners of the mouth.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess you're right. It is an ashtray.
The artist must have suffered from severe depression. What a waste of good, clean dirt. That ugly lump? Nah.
Sure.
I don't smoke.
You said you were going to when you got out.
What do you make of this, Harvey? I thought
Yeah. Blah, blah.
the only light they're getting comes from the TV set. Any new stories from the floral world?
Friggledy from.
What's that? Oh, yeah. I tend to forget that I don't speak Plantish.
But we talked Plantish earlier. What?
I'd rather not. I have a brown thumb. These plants are inherently useless. What do you make? It seems to like the program.
Of course it does. This is exactly on its level.
Come on, jump. So much for my career as a plant tamer. I don't have a vacant place in my nightshirt, and the window seat in my heart belongs to Harvey.
I spit on passers-by from up there.
Well, maybe I can teach it some tricks. Come on, jump. What do you make of this, Harvey?
I think it is a horse.
You think?
Yeah, we heard this one right at the start of the game.
When you sit so close to the screen, you get silverfish in your tear ducts. This chair is not responsive. It's a TV chair after all. Nah, it seems to belong there somehow. Tempting, but I don't have the time to watch TV. Harvey's favorite movies are ones with ponies.
With flesh-eating zombie ponies, to be precise.
Too bad I'm the only one who can hear him. He's so cute when he talks about ponies. A dinosaur movie. I don't like dino movies. You know how they end. Everyone's extinct.
Well, we were going to change the channel.
I would pick it up, but I don't want all those talk shows soiling my pockets.
That's very understandable. We don't want that.
Welcome to the Stock Exchange News. This is about two things and two things only: buying and selling.
Great. Out of the frying pan and into the fire.
Welcome to the Stock Exchange. This is about two buying. Welcome to the this is buy.
Buy now?
Buy now.
Buy now.
Buy now.
Buy?
No, stop buying.
Why?
I would pick it up, but I'll leave that on now. It's all trash anyway.
Welcome to this. This is buying.
Buy now?
Buy now.
Buy now.
Buy now.
Sell?
Yes, sell now, quickly.
Okay.
What do you make of this guy, Harvey?
An obsessive stockbroker forced to quit Wall Street cold turkey. Nothing unusual, really.
No, that sounds harsh.
Would you swap your phone for this valuable first edition comic?
Decidedly not. The telephone is my livelihood. I have to be available at absolutely all times.
Okay.
He's on the phone. Hello?
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 Hold on a second. Yes? Do you want anything in particular?
Can you get off the phone for a sec?
Certainly not. That's my broker on the line. We're talking millions here.
Can I borrow your telephone?
Absolutely not. This phone is my lifeline. I don't dare think about what could happen if I was unavailable. Just imagine me putting that thing away for a minute when my wife is shouting, "Look, Brucey, it's a boy," for example. Or worse still, imagine, during that brief distraction, when I look over to my wife, my stock portfolio goes into freefall. I would lose millions because I hadn't been on the phone just for a tiny little instant. One moment of carelessness, and my whole life is in ruins.
Well, yeah, that's this poor guy.
You don't happen to know a way out of here, do you?
No, but you don't want to get out of here, believe me. The world outside is a cruel place. Mistakes you make out there have real consequences. You could lose millions of dollars. Let's say, only because you were distracted for tiny little moment when your wife is shouting.
Okay.
Not really important. Go on with your phone call.
I was planning to do that anyway. Hello? You still there?
Hello?
Hello? Fire! Fire!
Hold on a second. Yes? Do you want any...
Okay,
Not
that didn't do anything.
What do you make of this guy? Hello?
Didn't mean to do that. Bye.
Bye.
What's that? Bye?
Bye.
Bye?
Bye.
Bye? Wouldn't you recommend selling eventually?
No.
Look, Brucey, it's a boy.
What? What?
Just a joke.
A joke? Oh no. Not again. The phone call! Hello? You still there? What's that?
Oh, we broke
What?
him.
Lost everything? Not again? Okay. I understand. Alright. Later. Didn't you want to make a phone call? Here.
Yeah, I have it now.
You can keep the phone.
Thanks. Well, we broke the poor guy.
There's one more thing.
Leave me alone. I have to think about my miserable life.
Oh, goodbye. So we got the phone now. In here somewhere with the 50 billion items we've got. Oh,
Unfortunately, Captain Useless needs a phone booth with a payphone to change.
I'd have to be a telecommunications engineer in order to fix that.
okay, well, we've got nowhere else to go, so we must have what we need.
It's already broken. It's already broken. It's already broken.
Okay. Pen.
A broken cable. I should make a note of that.
Oh.
It's already broken.
Okay, maybe I've got to use it with something in my inventory.
control?
No, this is the Statistical Control Bureau. Telephone department.
Oh, I must have the wrong number then.
Yes, that happens every 13.714th call.
Why aren't there any telephone receivers with cup holders?
Who knows?
Cup phone and payphone are not compatible, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's sad.
The phone is not on the menu. I got one nonetheless.
The world is a talent show, and you're on the jury.
The cable is already cut. It's not a chip phone.
Although, Thingy's over in the bathroom
Very
now.
clever. Use telephone with fork. Is this supposed to be a joke?
It's our long-distance carrier.
Telephone and fork. This must be the worst joke I've ever heard.
Okay.
The cable's already cut. The oldest conflict of mankind. Cook or order takeout? I don't think potholders can use a telephone.
Haven't you ever received any calls from a potholder? You can always tell it's them, because they hang up without saying anything.
Okay.
This won't do anything. The phone has to be fixed, but the chair leg is an instrument of destruction.
1 out of 2 ain't bad. I wonder if they've met before.
We must have to use something here.
Looks like somebody already had the same idea.
Let's use the fucking mallet on it.
I'd rather not. It might be the only connection to the outside. Someone should fork over some money for a new receiver.
I don't know. Let's go see if Thingy's in the bathroom, huh? That was this one. Oh.
Look, Harvey.
Yeah, great, cute. Can we get on with things now?
How cute. I'm a real matchmaker, aren't I? How happy they look. I'd rather not disturb them. I'm sure they want to be left alone.
You sure?
I'd rather not. I'm sure. I'm.
Didn't look at the decorations.
Edna! Walt Disney was here! Walt Disney was here! I'm absolutely sure! Hide me!
Calm down, little buddy. Walt Disney's dead. He can't harm you anymore.
So colorful! So colorful!
Or Harvey.
I don't even know when my birthday is. I simply can't remember. I bet I'm a Scorpio.
If you're a Scorpio, I'm a lobster.
Birthday boy, oh birthday boy, we've come to celebrate you. We wish you a splendid year to come and that all of your dreams come true. The flowers have been forgotten. The cake is already rotten. A skip dooba dooba dee doo.
Well, that got dark.
That would be rather rude.
You just can't reach it.
That too. I'm a guest at this party. I don't have to bother with anything.
Come here, Captain Useless. Do you have anything to say on the matter?
In this panel, we see Captain Useless getting a Best Buy gift card for Handy Boy's birthday.
Okay, well... I don't know then. I think I've been everywhere. Didn't mean to do that.
I'd love to. This bulletin board is obviously used as a gallery for the inmates' art. Yes, conversation can be an art form too. And take away the only means of personal expression from my fellow sufferers? I'm not a barbarian. Empty. Let's see if I can crack this open. Nope. You don't put things in, I hope. Let's see if I can crack. Nope.
Well, my brain is not working. I think maybe I should probably stop for tonight. I was gonna go a lot longer, but I should probably have a stop. So let's do something we haven't done and actually save. Oh, it looks like it's auto-saving for us anyway. And then we'll head off. Let's see, get my wings back up. Oh, actually, let's, give Static a raid. He's playing the new, Guardians of the Galaxy game, which is something I was going to look at some point. So it'd be interesting to have a look at. So thanks everyone for hanging out with me today as I was playing through this. As I said, I wanted to go a lot longer. I wanted to see if I could finish this in one go, but I need to bail sadly. So I'll catch you all later. Bye bye.